Wait, we have a Bentley on the grid.
Yep, we got a Bentley on
What?
the grid, and we're live. So, all right, let's take. Welcome to Donington Park for our 4 hours of Donington Park. I'm Charles the 14th. With me today is broadcasting. We have iMetrics as well as. Actually, I'm not 100% certain on how you pronounce that.
It's Amethysta.
Amethysta. Gotcha. But welcome.
Like the jewel with an A behind that.
All right. Right now, we're just getting into the qualifying phase. We've got running out for their outlap right now is Seon KP with YRI and Midori Racing, the 341 Ferrari 296. Now, the drivers right now are just doing their outlaps, so they are trying to get them tires warmed up, try and get some space between them so that they can set their proper qualifying laps, because they've got about 15 minutes to do so. So anything you're expecting out of this race, Amethysta?
I'm actually gonna watching the three cars on the grid that are actually not that used much anymore. One is the Nissan GTR from who currently Cody Leinhardt is driving in from Hard Gas Racing. Then also I'm interested in the 99 Writer because it's actually a rare car to see. It's also like one of the, I think if I know it right from BOP perspective, like one of the worst cars in ACC. I think it's pretty old by now, and you can see it because it's based on the Gallardo from Lamborghini, and that is discontinued already a while ago. And also, I'm interested in the number 100 Bentley, who's gonna end it up, because it's like one of the heaviest car. But since we can run now custom BOP, let's see how it actually gonna do that.
Yeah, I think the writer actually got a bit of a helping hand from our BOP as well, which is good to see. I love variety in races.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like at fault. I'm currently also drove the Ferrari 296. It's one of the meta cars at the moment. That's actually sadly, but I hope with like the new BOP that we actually gonna have much more variety on the grid. Again, like before that 1.9 update happened, because we had then like Bentleys, Aston Martins, and different cars on the track, and it was fun to see a variety instead of like the McLarens and 20s Evo, the Ferrari, and some maybe one or two Porsches on the grid, and that was then mostly.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of a little bit of variety, we got the Aston Martin of Van Veen. They had been sitting on pole for a second as drivers are getting their first lap in with a 127.2, but Edwin Law just eked that out in the McLaren by about 0.08 of a second. So already we're seeing some of the relatively rarely seen cars start to kind of square that gap up a little bit.
Yeah, like if I drove I think it's the V12 Aston Martin, if I'm not wrong, or the V8. I'm not sure about that. It's not really visible for me. But I think the approach to Aston Martin is, I think the car is a bit too heavy, and especially under stereo on the corners. If what I heard from drivers driving the car.
Yeah, and the V12 version is rather old from what I understand. I think it's been updated, like the Aston's been seen 1 or 2 updates since.
I think we have the V8 version of it, and soon a new GT3 car from them.
Yep. And meanwhile, currently running third is Martins Hiccup, the Swedish driver. Or not Swedish, Swiss. Ooh, that's
Swiss driver.
Big difference, big difference. There's,
yeah.
Only a couple 100 mile.
Yeah. Happens.
I'll play it safe. I'll just default to the European driver in the
Also currently the writers in actually P8. It's okay. I'm correcting. It's P9 now.
Yep. I think it was the Bentley that came out, but
it's insane that actually the Bentley is okay. 1 point Pulu Kai's driving, and he's actually a really good driver also. but you still have to get the pace down in the car. It seems like the BOP. Why
Looks
is
like risk.
What
Oh,
the
they were doing the
uh,
sim racing reset. Sorry about
yeah.
that. Saw a yellow flag. Was like, what happened there?
Yeah, back to it's actually also quite interesting how good the band gonna do in the race because I think since we have 2 hour race, probably 4 hour race, probably they are always gonna run with max fuel, and then of course the Bentley is then heavier than with like quali fuel, where you have like maybe for like 4 or 5 laps fuel in it, and then for the race we have then different fuel. I mean, yeah, sure, the car gets down to the end when you have less fuel in the tank, but also the tires are then more degraded. So
I mean,
you're gonna lose still some pace even if you were lighter in the tank.
now I don't know if it's still holds true, but the Bentley, from what I remember, used to be very good for long events because actually, like that fuel tank size, kind of let them go on longer stints. But I don't know if that's still the case with the 1.9 updates and the various changes that have happened over the years.
Yeah. I drive now also the 992 GT3R, the Porsche. It's a lovely car, but it's if you the problem with the car is the tire degradation. This car, if you have do it wrong with like wrong setup, you're gonna eat through the tires. I had it last season at the track GT race at Spa. I used the wrong setup. I used instead of a race setup a quality setup, which is of course like for for fast laps only, and the tires were gone like after 20 minutes. It was a struggle to keep the car on the track,
You know, it's funny.
which
I had the same thing happen at Zolder 2 seasons back. And tires gave out, and it was like last lap, and I just straight into the wall. It
yeah.
always seemed to be the, at least at Zolder, it was the, I believe it was the passenger side rear. Meanwhile,
Soda is
Zolder's mean to tires by default, because it's very short. I mean, it's more of a DTM track than a GT3 track.
yeah, I remember I also saw that I drove the NSX and it was a mistake because I chose NSX before the 1.9
All of that
update
place, what
came
happened with
out.
that place?
Oh, that's so before the 1.9 update and after the 1.9 update, the aggressive preset was not usable really anymore because the car got upset at like every corner for like every bump.
Yeah, it looks like that's a common spot for folks to get off the racing
Reset
line
to
and
the
do the
box.
reset. Yep.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing, oh, that's 2 cars involved in a yellow flag. Looks like Dominic Kinsler, and Lucas Leighton got off
Off
track at the
track
same
or
time. Also, the Aston is back on pole now
not
with a 26.8.
26.8. They are improving the times, but probably also the car track gets probably faster because of more rubber on the track. But still, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Now they have the word I'm looking for. They are 2 tenths up on the nearest vehicle or the nearest other car. As I'm trying to hunt down my there we go. Try to get that up on the broadcast screen. They are up
Also,
2 tenths, which is
the times between the number 10 and the number 990, the Writer and the Ferrari, actually also pretty close, only 1/10.
Yeah, and honestly, our the entire top 7 is only has about a second of separation, and if
Yeah, that's
we go to the bottom of the grid, like there's only 3 seconds of a gap, and
yeah.
the only outlier to that is Adrian Dubrovka, who I think just popped into the server.
No, he was already before there, but probably did a more safe outlap or something. So
Yeah.
I would say he gonna be quicker.
Yeah, I mean he's
Also,
already. Oh yeah, looking at the current splits to his delta, he's up about a second on his previous lap. So they are moving,
so actually
or half second
pretty
now. Friends kind of throw that off with Donington. But we're starting to see drivers start to pick up all around.
Also,
Including
now we got
Christian Manuel.
also a lap from Alex Koto in now on P3 with only 4 tenths of the pace of the Aston Martin, and the BMW got like I think got rates added, so it's a bit slower now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Kurto's a very fast driver. At least from
mhm.
what I've seen him. He tends to be a pretty solid contender for, if not to win the podium, at any given race out here.
I
But
mean,
I
he is
would
a fast driver.
Yeah.
he's a
So,
fa- I mean he's a fast driver and also like a consistent driver, so a pretty good combination. He can like go fast on one lap, but also can go fast like for the entire race. So he's actually a pretty good contender for the top three,
Yeah, I
I would
agree.
say. But it's a 4 hour race, so everything can happen.
Yep. The 4-hour race, Donington Park can be very cruel. It's got a lot of elevation changes, which is a nice little wild card to throw in there. So anything can happen.
At least, luckily, this time is in the dry because as first time we drove it at track here, it was a rain race. I think it was the second rain race we actually had, and
It
to
looks like
say,
Hiccup got into a little bit of trouble there, but yeah,
but
he was in the rain.
and it was in the rain, and it was actually pretty okay for me running in the race. But then in the end, I got not in the end, but I think mid race or something. Then I got like tiny little hit on the rear, and that threw me off the track. But at least I was able to recover. And actually, it's a fun track, also in the dry, or also in the. Well, it's a challenging track at some points, but it's a fun track if you get it right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Edwin Law has shored up that gap with the Aston Martin a little bit. He's now less than a tenth out. He's just at 900ths of a second.
Not
so
bad.
he's reeling that Aston in, although
He is smelling his chance
yep.
to get the pole position with 2 minutes to go for qualifying. Plus maybe one more lap if they cross like with 5 seconds to go to the line. So anything can happen.
Meanwhile, it is true. Meanwhile, speaking of Alex Curto, they are pretty much dueling Dominic Kinsler for that P3 right now. There is 5 thousandths of a second between their two laps. So either one of them makes an improvement, they're going to overtake the other. And right now, Curto is. Oh, Kinsler just got off track.
Oh, that's not good, but he is returning to the pits.
Yep. He was able to make it in. Doesn't look like any other cars were caught up in that.
So that's good. That's all good then.
Yep. Curto's got about 54 seconds, so it's going to be kind of the last lap anyone can get in before it's cuts to the race. Curto's probably going to use this chance to try and make a run to improve his time, because if he can get even the smallest improvement, that's going to bump him up into P3.
But also, we don't have to forget Lukas Lichten. He is also pretty close in the rear of the number of the top 3 cars in P5.
That is also true. He's 7 tenths away from third, and he's already in the green as far as his lap goes. So there is possibility there.
Lukas Lichten also a pretty fast driver and consistent driver. I had last season a fun battle with him at Kayami. Sadly, it didn't end well for me. I got caught by the cheetah curb after trying to defend, trying to get more speed through the corner, but he's a pretty good driver, but also a fair driver.
Yeah, I remember the GT4 race a couple weeks back, running with him. He was very safe about overtaking myself and I believe it was Isaac Umbros who were lapped, and we were in the middle of a battle, and he navigated through it very safely.
And he got up to P3, but Alex Coulter is still on the track, so
Yep,
Maybe if he gets 2 cents faster, he can snitch up to P3.
that is true. We're seeing a battle for the podium already in the pole position, or already in the qualifying. Now, Kurto has a pretty good run out of this turn. He's sitting at about 4/10, and that is enough to take that P3
And only not that far off of
of
the
seconds.
top of the pole position. That's
It is
for top 3
five.
only separated by point 0.05. It's not bad. It's quite close.
Yep. Yeah, 500ths of a second, and then even between P2 and P3 is 3 thousandths. That is,
That's like one little oversteer or understeer. That's where the time is.
yep.
It's quite impressive.
Meanwhile, we're going to go to the. Come on. Well, qualifying wraps up. It's
Right.
going into the menu. We're going to swap this over to the race screen and get ourselves onto the grid.
It's still qualifying session interesting. The game didn't reset, so I'm seeing auch because why. I think someone is still not pulled back into the pits.
Yep, it's going to pull them through as the server loads up the proper race. Or the race.
So we have to wait a bit, but
Yep. As the.
it's gonna be also interesting into turn 1 because turn 1 is, if I remember correctly, pretty hard, not a heartbreaking zone, but a difficult corner. If you look like slightly out of the box there, we can see that left turn there, the right turn there.
Mhm.
It's, if I remember correctly, it's not a hard zone, but a difficult braking zone. So it's more to be careful because it's not a sprint; it's a 4 hour race, so it's not one in the first turn.
Yep. And Donington Park is very interesting in that regard. It has a bit of a unique flow to it with a lot of the uphill, downhill sections kind of leading into sweeping turns. Especially on the ones where you're like at the crest of a hill where you're gonna have the least grip just because of physics. A lot of places where you can have trouble, so you have to stay
Physics.
fast, but you also got to stay safe.
Yeah. And the server isn't resetting. That's
Yeah, we're waiting on that to kick over. Meantime, we can take a look at some of the stuff going on.
oh yeah, I'm
And
seeing
topping
the
all off, the top three are all the fastest in their respective sections. Van der Veen being quickest at the start, Law taking the mid section, and Kurto taking the back end. Kind of funny to see.
but the server isn't resetting.
Yeah, a little bit. Might just be taking a while to load everything in. Not quite sure. Curious.
The server seems that's interesting.
Yeah, connection seems okay. On the topic of the race, I'm very excited to see how this plays out because the gaps between, honestly, the front half of the field is it's not a big gap.
Yeah, it's like 1 or 2 corners that is the timing gap there. It's quite insane.
Yep, and even some of those slower cars, there's always the opportunity to kind of see what sort of line the lead cars are taking and kind of capitalize off that. Because I've always found a lot of the times my race pace will be faster than quali because I'll get behind someone faster than me and kind of learn stuff about the track I didn't figure out on my own.
Yeah, but also if you look at the timings, like the three cars at the
Now it works.
there we
now
go.
Now it works.
now we got to the racing start, no, to the start line.
Oh, yep.
Took long enough.
Yep. Yes. Go. Get this. I thought I had the controller working for the sweep by, but we will
No.
make it work with this, the keyboard. All right, so going down our grid. Starting on pole position, we have Marjin Van Veen, followed by Edwin Law, Alex Curto, Lucas Leichten, Kinsler, Van Ball, Hiccup, Christian Emmanuel, Seon KP, Reska Kioso, Julian Strasser, Polukai, Paige Morton, Cody Leidenhart, Devige, and then bringing up the rear is going to be Adrian Dubrovka.
It's an Aston Martin sandwich. That's the V12 Aston Martin, if I'm not wrong. The front is the V8 and the back is the V12 Aston Martin.
Yep.
I see, yeah. Looks like Dubrovka's kicking it old school.
So it's Aston Martin sandwich, quite interesting.
Yeah. One in the back, one in the front. With significant amount of Ferraris in between.
And other cars.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
If I'm not wrong, we have 7 Ferraris on the grid. Actually, it's quite most used car for this.
Yeah, it must play very nicely with Brands Hatch.
30 seconds.
But also, you can now hear more and more engine roaring up, so it's gonna be soon formation lap, and then it's racing time.
Yep.
10 seconds.
We go.
And also, it's quite a long sprint to the first turn, but not that long. So we can see maybe a few positions up, but I don't think that's gonna really happen because a lot of drivers will be careful through the first turn because it's not the race you win the first turn.
No.
It's an endurance race.
It's not even a first lap race. It is you are in it for the long haul. As we go along with our outlap. It's like Alex Curto leaving a little bit of space as the drivers start to
Get heat in the tires and the brakes.
Yep. Trying to do that nice little swerve that we'll see every now and again among during the outlap, as well as getting on the brakes, trying to those up as much as possible before you reach race pace.
Actually, if you remember, you also raced before. How did you always warm your tires? How did you do that? Through going left, right in the formation lap, or just accelerating and braking down? How did you do that?
I did more of the accelerating and braking down, but to be honest, I kind of just treated the first lap like I was on ice, and then the tires would usually be warm by then. So I would usually use a few positions lap 1.
My strat is like information lap. I'm gonna use the brake and accelerate at the same time, so I don't lose much speed or hold the speed while I get the brakes heated up, so that I actually can get from the heat of the brakes to the tires the heat. So they use the brakes to heat up the tires. It takes a bit longer. Also, it can cause more friction, but there was a polar on the. There was the polar shortly stuck on the McLaren. It's a formation lap. We didn't even got race screen yet, so there was a little polar on the rear wing. Quite funny.
Sometimes you gotta practice that apex clip at a low speed so you can kind of visualize what you have to do at speed.
But now we're going to the last turn before the start-finish line, so
yep. Let's see.
I would say it's gonna be interesting.
Let's see if the Aston or the McLaren is faster off the line.
But also maybe the BMW gets a good launch, so maybe he can attack and then into turn 1 safely. We are gonna see it.
Keyword safely. This is sim racing, so sometimes you get the turn 1, what we're just gonna call the moment.
So it's now they're not lining up and green,
They're
we're going.
They're green. Looks like the Aston's got a little bit of a run up, although the McLaren's gonna try and carry more speed into the corner.
but Alex Hutter was a bit in the race, so didn't get to the inside really there in that moment.
Yep.
There was the BMW still with the front, and Aston Martin's actually got a pretty briefing room ahead of the McLaren, followed directly by a BMW and another McLaren. That was right on the tail, and there was a little touch probably.
Yep.
On the BMW and McLaren of Iris Racing.
Yep. Meanwhile, Kinsler is able to make it around Leighton at least momentarily as they go side by side.
Lucas Nichtens ahead at the corner because, but that's also going to be front battle. Also, the Bentley is close enough on the Audi. It's quite interesting.
Yep. This is going to be that lap one shuffle that starts to happen as drivers kind of see where their car sits on different parts of the lap. The entire
the Bentley goes for it. The Bentley goes for it.
Yep. Although the Audi's,
one a bit right, and the Reiter goes
Paige
through.
Morton and the Rita is going to take
it's free
advantage.
right now. That's hard. The Reiter breaks early and
looks like
gets the Audi, but the Audi tries to fight back, but
2 positions lost.
Yep.
Oh no, that was
getting into some trouble, getting on to it, catching up with the wall.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Bentley has been able to hold off the Richter for one lap so far, as Alex Curto has also gotten around Edwin Law.
And probably now trying to close the gap to Van Van.
Yep, there's currently a 1 second gap between P1 and P2, with the rest of the fields right on top of each other. Looks like the Audi is dueling with the Gallardo a little bit. 0.2.
It's V10 against V10 engines.
Yep.
But also the Ferrari is behind both is sneaking up, so Julian needs to be more also be careful. No, it's not Julian. I'm sorry, Jordan. It needs to be careful on the rear because there's a Ferrari sneaking up in the mirrors. Yep. And also getting a good run on him because oh,
that looked like the tiniest bit of contact, but not enough to cause any destabilization. Ferrari went a little bit wide, but was able to reel it back in. Meanwhile,
there was a touch between two Ferraris. Hiccup and oh no, and he lost a lot of oh no.
Ooh, that cost them some space. And it's
that's not liking for the stewards. What? Ferrari.
He didn't make the corner.
Nope. I think there was a little bit of a mix-up. Probably that lost speed led him to be a bit slower, so when he took the line, it ended up...
the Reiter spawn! Oh no!
Paige Morton in the road, getting wide. Ooh. That's going to cause a nice shuffle at the midfield. Meanwhile, Pulukai in the Bentley is actually making a run on the next position. They're 2/10 away from Steon KP in the 296 Ferrari. So
he got wide.
That's going to give the Bentley a little bit of an edge.
No, the Ferrari has now all the front grill of the Bentley in the rear. It's quite big, so
hard to miss.
But it seems the Ferrari gets better cornering and
Hiccup also going wide. They're going to be in the dirt.
Why are they not driving currently? Are they stuck?
They might be having wheel issues or something because they are not moving.
Yeah.
Like they're completely neutral. Joshua De Jong is going to be coming up on Cody Lionheart in the GTR. And at the front of the grid, we have our top three all within about a second of each other. There's a fairly even half-second gap between them. As they go past the start-finish line, taking as much space as they can. They are looking for any place they can get some extra speed. And Polukai back on the rear bumper of that, of Seon KP's, Ferrari.
The almighty Bentley. Julian is gonna happy about, but also probably quite a bit not happy because he got beaten by the Bentley.
Yeah.
For now, so far. For now.
Fast Bentley.
But it's a long race, so we have gonna see how the consistency will be.
Meanwhile, Alex Curto is falling behind a bit from Edwin Law. The gap is now widened to over a second in a fairly short time, as Edwin Law is actually going to be coming up right behind.
Paige Morton.
Paige Morton, she's doing okay. Looks like we had somebody cut a little bit tight with the kick.
That was Paige Morton. They were quite slow for.
And
Oh,
there's
the man is side by side with the Ferrari. Ben is gonna try and go to the inside.
Yep. Is Seon gonna be able to do a switch? Doesn't look like it.
No, run a bit wide, and the Bentley is now ahead of the Ferrari.
Yep.
That's quite impressive.
Yep, they're gonna make that already large car as large as they can as they try to defend enough to start to pull away.
They're gonna have now a big rear.
Meanwhile, Reska Kyoso and Pascal Jordan are gonna be running up next to each other. They might be going too wide into this turn. Depends on how risky Reska's feeling.
Oh, they're very close on the rear. Seems like a little bit of bump drafting, but I would not say it's looked pretty close.
I don't think we're in the bump part of the bump drafting section of it, but the two cars are running very close.
There's a lot of dirty air involved, so Roska has to be careful in cornering with the dirty air of the Audi, which is actually a pretty good-looking car, but it's a lot of oversteering car. I noticed. I drove it a few seasons back, and it was fun to drive, but also snappy on the rear.
Good. Yeah, I mean it is mid-engined, so. And each of these mid-engine cars are going to bounce a little bit differently. It's like Reska Kyosa trying to get a little bit of clean air as they make a massive run on Pascal.
He ran right into the chicane and took too much curb there. Yep. He goes to the inside.
Going for a switchback, but doesn't
not
quite
enough,
have the speed
not
to make
enough
it happen.
speed. For now, Reska Kyosa past Pascal Jordan.
Yep. Although Pascal is does not look like they're ready to give up on that position just yet.
They want to take that back, that position, or put at least some pressure on the car so that maybe Reska does a mistake and goes right, or so that he can take back the position.
Yep. You know, Paige Morton in the Reater has already taken 3 spots back from her spin earlier on, or her yellow flag earlier on. And Edwin Law is sitting right on the back of that BMW, more or less just waiting.
No, it's now reverse times that the BMW gets tailgated by a McLaren. The BMW! Oh, that was close! But no contact!
Yeah, very tight maneuvering up there. Hard to tell if that was an attempt at an overtake or if they were just trying to get a little bit of clean air for the turn.
Or maybe just putting some, or maybe just showing in the mirror, be like, hey, I'm here. Yep. Be careful. Oh! With a bit of curb take on the rear.
Yep, just that little bit. Again, they're trying to get as much of the track as they can.
They paid for the whole track, so they're gonna use the whole track.
Ah, yes. Meanwhile, Von Ball working their way up, or trying to work their way up towards Lucas Lyken. As our top 5 are very close together, although Van Veen has been making a fairly sizable gap with that Aston at about 2.5 seconds between themselves and P2.
Probably because of the because of maybe the fight day or the trying to. The Alex Group probably tries to get pace on, but also defend the position not too hard. So that's maybe because Van Van was able to pull a bit far away, so he get more breathing room before maybe they both close in again. So he kind of relax a bit, but not much.
Yeah, all it's gonna take is a little bit of slipstreaming or a relatively small error, and the rest of that top 3 are gonna be right on top of them. Meanwhile, Van Ball.
Oh, looked like the bump, but also could be looking wrong. So
yeah, I think that was more of a camera angle. There's decent amount of separation between the two cars. Although Van Baal has gotten into the slipstream of Lucas Lighton and is going to try and ride that through. And also, we've got battle for 15th between Christian Emmanuel and Adrian Dubrovka. Sorry, battle for 14th. My favorite position.
My favorite position is P7. No, I think what engine has the Ferrari again? I think it has the V8 with turbos, if I'm not wrong, right?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Or was it the V6 in the race car?
Yeah, I am completely uncertain. I don't know quite what they're running. It sounds kind of V80. Ooh, meanwhile, Pascal Jordan getting sideways. They're going to recover it fairly quickly, but it's going to cost them a few positions as they drop down to 11th. Behind the GTR of Cody Lionheart. Oh, meanwhile, Emmanuel going for the overtake on Dubrovka. Going to go outside line, make it stick, and then try and run away with it.
But as for that smart also went wide. I looked into it, and actually the Ferrari has a V6 engine.
Okay.
The race car V6 with turbo on it. So
now we have a
like half the cylinders of the Aston Martin in that case.
Yeah, but that turbo and a couple years of updates make a difference.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Interestingly, we have a fight going on between Joshua De Jong and Paige Morton, between the older Italian car, the Gallardo, and the new 296.
It's a battle for it's a battle of the Italians.
Yep.
And also it's for 12th position.
Yep, that is. It's going to be... Curious to see if Paige Morton can make that reader run away. Meanwhile, Van Baal and Leighton still sticking with each other, sticking on each other.
They don't leave any. They don't give anyone breathing room. They are trying to do their best to defend and overtake. So it can be it can be frustrating for both drivers, but we will see how it goes. Meanwhile, the De Jong is, I think, closing up to the Gallardo, but not quite enough, I think, as it looks.
As the Gallardo gets sideways,
there's contact! So they're not liking that. They're not liking that.
And Christian Emmanuel's going to take advantage. He's going to try and get past both of them.
He got past the one Ferrari and he goes to the inside, but breaks early enough so that he doesn't connect the Gallardo. But now Joshua has a run on the Emmanuel, so it's not over yet for the position because of the.
Yep.
De Jong has the inside, and there's contact on the rear. Oh no, not again.
Yep. Slight little nudge on the corner, not enough to destabilize, but it was
a little kiss on the rear bumper.
Yep. Little poke. As they go side by side down the first straight.
On the main straight start finish line, and now they're gonna go to the right hand corner, but that was close, but Emmanuel takes the position.
Yep.
Or holded the position more.
Yep. Yeah,
on the outside, that's not bad at all.
Oh, there's that V12 coming up.
But because of the battle, the Aston Martin's also catching up. So the broker also sniffing his chance to maybe take a position, or even two if he gonna crash both out. So there's a lot going on currently on the track.
We are only 15 minutes in, and there's been significant amounts of battling.
Yeah, definitely.
Now Christian Emmanuel's going to try and make their way up towards Paige Morton. Although they're going to lose a bit of pace catching those that curb, and they're going to go right back side by side with De Jong. De Jong
has the inside line, gets the power down, but It's on the. It's not enough for that. Not enough to keep
Yep.
the car there.
Not quite enough to get it to stick. Meanwhile, over P8, we've got Reska Kioso and Sion KP. Reska's been quietly closing that gap. He's about quarter second back right now. Actually, as of
Also,
the
the-
stint, it's exactly a quarter second.
Oh,
So we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth between these two fights
is
going on.
to. Yeah, definitely. The Aston Martin is there and waiting for his chance, but as far I'm seeing it, it's pretty clean. But I think it's because I actually know that it's like 4 hours, so they're not gonna risk it all. I think in the last 1 hour they're gonna be more aggressive towards the end,
Yeah.
trying to make them positions.
Oh, and Van Baal getting the move
Oh.
on Leighton. Let's go back about.
Yeah, but
go
that
back and
was-
see how that went down. Van Baal getting the inside line on the turns, able to get the power down and slight
There's a
contact.
touch.
Slight contact. Gonna push Leighton into the grass and give Van Baal the room they need to run away.
But it gave the teams the position back, so
Yeah. Yeah, so a little bit of politeness there, giving that position back. Meanwhile, the two Ferraris are continuing their duel, and the other two Ferraris are closing in on each other.
also battling. It's a lot of Ferrari battling currently, so
Yep.
the Italians against Italians.
Yeah, they are
Reska getting a lot of better momentum through the corners. Oh,
gonna
switch to
get
the
into the clear.
inside.
That is, was that
That was-
contact?
I didn't saw any contact there.
Yeah, camera angle made it look a little bit closer than it was. But they're gonna get side by side, try and get some of that clean air.
But Young pretty good at defending that position so far now. But
Yeah.
now the Reska is right on this rear. So maybe in the technical turns, maybe there he can attack. Or on the on straights if he gets enough slipstream and momentum going. Just like now.
Yep.
He tries to go to the inside, brakes a bit later, tries to stay to the inside,
Are they gonna have the run up
sending
coming out?
Young out and takes the position.
Yeah. Now these are identical
Nicely
cars.
done.
I mean, they're both running 296s, but they could have setup differences that give them a little bit of an edge in different spots. And Sound KP looking to return the favor already, although didn't quite have the run out to make it work. They stick within about 0.3 of a second, trying to stay in that slipstream, follow that other Ferrari out, and wait for them to make a similar error. Meanwhile, Van Baal still reeling in the McLaren of Lucas Lichten. Or Lichten. They kind of narrow
Also,
that gap a little bit.
Also, I think that Pascal John is also closing up to Cody Lionheart. If
Yeah.
I'm seeing it right currently.
Yeah, it looks like there's about a 1 second gap between the two cars. As that Audi tries to make its way towards the GTR.
It got the Godzilla.
Yep. Godzilla has been around for quite some time. Although, we want to get historical about it, both are all-wheel drive legends in rear-wheel drive configurations.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
So, neither of these cars able to, well, GT3 spec or GT3 regulations keeping these from being as crazy as they could be.
Pointing up to GT1 cars.
Yeah. Are GT1s all-wheel drive? Oh, meanwhile, there they go, side by side. Audi's
tries
gonna
to
try
go
and
for
get
the
the run on
move.
it. They're still neck and neck.
Also, in the background, something happening between the Gallardo and the Ferrari. The writer.
Yeah, it looks like they are also
that's
side by
gonna be
side,
close.
right behind them. Right to
The
make
Gallardo
himself
gets
nice and
the
wide.
exit, but it's the right hand corner. So if the Ferrari tries to sneak in, and it tries to go to the inside.
Yep. They're gonna go for it.
Oh,
Ryder just
he's like a
avoiding
little
contact.
touch. A little rear to rear contact, little door banging.
Yep. That rider trying to stay in that slipstream. Speaking of... Oh, and then Johnny Junk getting a little bit wide into the grass as Adrian Dubrovka in the V12 Aston coming up behind him.
They don't maybe had done a mistake or more of you, because if I'm looking at the gaps between the writer and him now, it's a pretty big gap now. What happened there?
And it's
widening. Did he spawn out?
No, it's I'm seeing it real time. It's just steadily widening out. I think he got into that grass, and it was during a rather fast portion of the track, so that cost them a lot because it kind of stacked up. But we'll see.
Now he gets the V12 in the rear, but it's because the S miles in the rear doesn't mean he is able to overtake. He needs to get it down. He needs to get it in the right moment, the right momentum going, and then having a chance to overtake.
Yep.
Meanwhile, there is also
Godzilla and the Quattro still fighting it out. They had it down to 1/10 of a second gap.
But also the Ferrari is also sneaking up in that battle. He sees them both fighting, so he tries to get as close as possible to maybe get 2 for 1.
Yep. Christian Emmanuel's been steadily reeling their way back in after a off track early in the race. I mean, I say early in the race. This being an endurance, we are still early in the race. No, Reska Kioso coming up on Polukai now. As they start to fight their way forward. They're going to go side by side, outside line with the Bentley. Not quite able to make it stick. They're going to get... I mean, that Bentley's very wide. It's a lot to get around.
Yeah, but also it's like a right hand. And you also drive the car on the wrong side, so...
Yeah.
It's fine aware of, I think also Pulukai said it, as someone else at V-Track said, the car actually feels really strange to drive because you think you're on the track, but then having like the left side on the grass already, even if you think you're on the track still because of the right side.
Yep.
It's quite interesting to drive right seated car.
Yeah, and I mean, it's depending on what sim you're in, you might not get the opportunity to practice it all that much. Especially a lot of the more motorsport focused ones. That tends to be cars tend to be the left-hand drive.
I drive the Ginetta in GT4 class, and it's also a right-hander. Yeah. But that's not a huge problem because the car is not that wide. It's actually a pretty small car, so it's actually pretty much more driver-friendly in my opinion.
Yeah,
also far.
I also drive the Ginetta in GT4, although having said that, Christian Emmanuel going on the inside. There's going to be contact with the Audi. He's going to spin wide. Page one just barely avoiding getting caught up in that.
There was nearly a 2-car. Oh no, the stewards I have to definitely look into this.
Yeah, that could have been a lot uglier.
As
that happens, Polukai fighting off that. As that occurred, Polukai was able to fight off that that Ferrari of Reska Kioso, who is doing their best to get anywhere they can around that big old boat.
And that was then just we saw just back to the rear to the camera. Reska Kioso went right. Was that a commentator's curse? We don't know.
Might have been the replay guy. Oh, that's what happened. That would explain the gap.
Does he have maybe a tire issue?
Might be a tire. It might have. I mean, the front of that car is a little scuffed. There might be a bit of aero damage. Might have just been a heavy foot issue, like it happens to just about everyone.
But now the right is also back on the. Whoa, that was close.
Yeah, a lot of good saves happening today. As the reader goes.
But now the writer goes side by side with his older brother and goes to the inside and takes the position for now. incredible. The rider coming back after that for a spin in the first laps.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah, Paige Morton has been, after that spin early on, Paige Morton has been claiming those positions back. She had fallen back to 16th. She's now up in 11th.
She's now she knows rapid.
Yep.
She knows she has the pace to go with other cars. So she of course tries the best to get the positions back.
Yeah. Yeah, it may be the least meta car in the game that I'm aware of, but Paige Morton is a very quick driver.
I think it's also the oldest car in the game, or if I'm not wrong.
Might be.
But also maybe the Jag could be the oldest car in the game. I think because the Jag is from 2012 or something, so nearly 11 years old already.
Yeah, it might be the Jag. How do I? I'm just going to do my best to say it not messed up. The Jag. Anyways, yes, it is one of the oldest cars in the game, and unlike the Emile Fay British sports car, the mid-engine gives it a lot of temperamental issues. Meanwhile, she's going to take another spot as Cody Lionheart goes wide, just able to save it before getting overtaken. Although that puts Paige in a battle for the top 10.
Yes, no, she has not a chance, but probably gonna wait it for another opportunity because it's too risky to try to move go into that chicane there. But now it's even closer.
Yep, less than a tenth between the two cars as they start going through the turn.
But now the Audi is also back again on that, so it's gonna be a three-way battle for the 10th position.
I think
no, the Honda has a run on the Nissan.
Yep,
it has the inside line.
Inside, Audi's gonna try and ride that through if they can. Paige getting that outside wide line, gonna get just ahead of that Nissan GTR. GTR might be looking to get that in on the inside line. Paige not happy about it.
The rider has a little bit of oversteer there, so he was not able to keep going around the inside.
Yep.
So Cody took the position back. But it's still a pretty nice race between those three cars there right now, because these three cars can take the 10 positions. So you definitely have to keep your eye speed on that.
Yep. You see, GTR
Cody
a
went
little bit squirrely, and Paige capitalizes, just sliding right into the gap that was there.
That was contact. No, more contact between. Oh no! The stewards are gonna have definitely not fun doing that. But now the Nissan goes trying to dive the inside, but pulls back.
Yeah, Paige is gonna try and run away as much as she can to try and keep a repeat of what happened previous lap, of that GTR poking up the inside.
The GTR is quick in the straight line, but the car is still heavy on the corners, so
yeah, it is a very heavy feeling car. I don't know if it's it might be, it is on the heavier side most likely, but
no, it's gonna. Oh no, there's also Ferrari poking up for Emmanuel is back at it again, so it could be going even to the 4-way battle for 10 positions. Yeah. So everything is open there for 10. That's quite incredible.
Yeah, Christian Emmanuel was cutting their way up the field, had that spin, fell back down, and now it seems they're right back at trying to cut their way back up. Oh, as the Audi spins!
Oh, Oscar Gordon spun!
Oh, what happened there?
What happened there? We need to know.
Yeah, it's like coming down the hill, just that rear end, like you were saying, the Audi being a bit twitchy. It looks like it just gave out on him. And that was all it took for...
Looked like switching rear, maybe applying some brakes there and unsettling the car. Mid-engine car doesn't like when you brake in mid-corner. They got pretty much unsettled there. When you
The
just tap slightly on the brakes with corner, they don't like that.
the classic weight distribution issue, as Cody Lionheart gets a massive run on Paige Morton, is able to get around. I don't know if she had an error in a turn, but that GTR, like you're saying, quick in a straight line, it was able to capitalize tremendously. As Cody Lionheart is the current holder of the P10 position that now 3 cars are fighting for.
Sadly, not the
Meanwhile,
four-way
Van
battle,
Baal
but
making an inside move on Lucas Leighton as they cut through the turn. Leighton gonna see if they can do a switchback, but Ball's not leaving the space for it.
you just said no and closed the door from the beginning, but now they are going into the left. Oh!
Leighton saying, no, I will take that spot. Getting into the
He
grass.
went right himself.
Yep.
And now
A very
Van
good...
Baal is now up into 4th position.
Yep. And that was actually a very good transfer from attacking to defending in a single, like just in an instant. And it worked out greatly. Although, I mean, these 2 cars have had similar pace the whole race, so I wouldn't be surprised if in a few laps we see Lucas Leighton coming up on him. Meanwhile, Reska and Palukai, after Reska getting into the dirt, has worked their way back up to the Bentley and might be looking to make that push. And Paige Morton has gotten a little bit of a gap between themselves and the GTR, although it is closing.
Maybe the GTR did a mistake and went right again. So we don't know it because we didn't saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sam got a drive-through penalty.
Ooh. Meanwhile, like I had said, Lucas Leighton now on the inside with the other Ferrari of Van Baal. They're going to go side by side. Van Baal's going to have the inside line.
Oh,
that was
there was no contact, but no.
That was contact.
No, that was a contact. Lucas Leighton got a better run, but
Van Baal's got the inside line already.
Inside line. Third tries, but Lucas Leighton closed the door. I think Jeong probably got a drive penalty because of track limits, I think. That's not good. That's
half hour into the race.
With only like that's not good at all. Drive penalty is throwing you really far back if you have it wrong, but the gap to the writer is quite big, so maybe he has didn't do the position, but still it's not good.
Yep. I mean, it is a yeah, that writer has been running pretty fast. Sound KP is going through their pits. Currently 12 seconds beforehand. Even if it's not enough for an overtake, it's going to be a very quick... Oh, hold on. Looks like the Bentley went wide, giving Reska Kyoso a chance to shoot right by. They're going to take 7th.
Take the position. The Bentley wants to launch some grass.
Yep. Meanwhile, Emmanuel coming up on the GTR of Cody Lionheart. They go down the main stretch. GTR lost a little bit of speed in that turn. Looks like they had to bleed some off to make it. And that's going to put the Ferrari right on their rear bumper. They 0.3 of a second gap. Now that Ferrari's... That 296 is a good all-rounder as Dubrovka goes wide.
Dubrovka goes wide and hits the wall.
That's going to be some damage as the lead lap comes up, as well as Pascal Jordan taking that coveted P14, the Charles Award.
Oh, that's gonna be a lot of damage and also suspension damage. So
yeah, that's gonna cost them time as they go through, nearly getting contact between the GTR and the 296. As I was saying, that 296 is a great all-rounder. So there's a lot of potential that can be worked out of it. As they go side by side, they're going to be running. 296 is going to duck back in for the slipstream. Possibly try and make something work on this turn because they're likely to have a little bit of a nimble disadvantage, but they don't quite have the run up yet.
They're trying to have the much suck as possible, like a vacuum cleaner.
Yep, trying to get into that slipstream where you don't have to punch through the air as hard.
Or
Ooh,
trying
GTR
to
catching the grass, slowing him down big time. Christian Emmanuel needs to
maybe
slow down a little bit to avoid
Emmanuel
contact. That's going to keep them from being able to overtake right now. Although they
Emmanuel
are
tries
hunting.
to force the GTR into a mistake and it went right again.
Yep.
It's right now in the rear, but also went right in, too much to the inside of that turn, so he took as the grass and lost then more momentum again. It's not over yet because we're gonna have now a few hard braking zones.
Yep. Yeah, Emmanuel needs to find a gap in that line where they can make it through when that GTR is slow.
But also the Reiter doesn't seem to pull much away as it seems, because the Reiter is still pretty much visible, so the fight doesn't seem to cost them much time, so...
Yep.
Oh no, but now the fire goes to the inside line, and now the drag race to the front. Oh no!
Emmanuel finding that spot, getting ahead. Is Lionheart going to be able to take that inside line? No, Emmanuel is not going to let him. He's going to dive through. Meanwhile, Pascal Jordan had yellow flag.
They spawn. Oh no!
There's
They
a
spawn
complete
right.
turnaround. It's going to give Dubrovka P14 recovering from there.
Oh no! I think that was the pit wall entry probably there.
It might have been. You know, Christian Emmanuel losing a little bit of speed as they get into the they dip into the grass.
Oh, Cody nearly lost the car.
They're listening to Eurobeat, but that's going to cost them... Well, that's not for position. That is lap traffic. They're just letting the lead cars by as Van der Veen absolutely rockets past in the V8 Aston.
That's now quick 5 seconds gap already. That's quite impressive. If you think of the Aston Martin, if the car is fast in the right hands, but it's Aston Martin, so...
Yeah.
It's a lot of understeers, so...
I mean,
it's quite challenging kind of drive.
Those gaps between lap times were fairly small, but they add up a lot over 4 hours. Meanwhile, Christian Emmanuel steadily reeling in the reader of Paige Morton.
He's trying to take position 10 back.
I think this is going to be the 3rd or 4th time that these two have duked it out in this race.
But also, the lapping car is behind, so if he's smart, he can use the lapping car to get the position from Morton, or Morton getting the position from Emmanuel back then.
Yep.
Because if a lapping car sends him wide in the racing line, maybe then he can switch back to the inside line and taking the position back. So it's also a bit of now playing games there at that moment with the blue flags.
Yep. It's also worth
keeping in mind. It's gonna be quite interesting.
It's worth keeping in mind that the blue flag rules are the GT variety, not the Formula 1. So
yeah, that's what I know. They said.
Yeah, I'm saying it for the spectators. But like, they are not obligated to let them pass. They just can't defend.
And
there we go. Looks like
good. That was no. That was the inside line then not there to take advantage. So the Reiter stays ahead for now, but now that since the lap is gone, the Ferrari can try to put more pressure on the Reiter.
Yep, as they run through. Ryder's not quite able to stick with that Aston to catch some slipstream from the lead traffic. As they contest, the Ferrari's getting a little bit in the downhill. Currently 2/10. Looking for the spot to make a move if they can. Ryder's holding it together fairly well. Although the age of that car is showing. Even with some of the
Definitely.
DOP tweaks. That Ferrari's
But it's, in my opinion, one of the good-looking cars in the game. In my opinion, I like the front of the car.
Yeah, it does look quite nice. And be honest, I do like the idea of the older car being able to still throw down with the new stuff, with the latest tech. I mean, it's still rocking the old like LCD, like
Dashboard.
yeah, digital calculator looking dashboard, which I love the appearance of it. I wish I could just throw that in every car.
Yeah. I mean, the new dashboards are also nice, but like the old one have like really interesting charm to them. Like the screen's more like, for me, more like for power or race car.
Yeah, it's very aesthetic, I'd say.
Oh, the rider went wide, and now Emari have taken the 10th position.
Yep. Meanwhile, Kurto coming up. Reader's going to let him by, give him space, but that's also going to cost. That's also going to increase the gap between themselves and Christian Emmanuel, who has taken P10. And at least for now, that's going to spread the cars out fairly evenly. Which, as soon as I say that, Joshua De Jong making a run-up on Cody Lionheart. Less than 2/10 away. Tremendous speed advantage right now.
It looked like Cody probably slowed down for the traffic of Lau, because I just saw the McLaren in front, so probably slowed down passing by, and De Jong took advantage of that.
Yep. Letting lapping traffic by it is the wild card that kind of going to shift things up position-wise, at least momentarily. Meanwhile, yep, doing the same thing, trying to get out of the way of, I believe that is Lucas Lichten. Or Lichten. I feel bad.
Yeah. Anyway.
Of Lucas.
The number 77 car.
Of Lucas's McLaren. He's going to let them by, and that's going to give De Jong even more even more space to run away with.
So some breathing room in case.
Yep. A little bit to ease that pressure off. Meanwhile, Kinsler running through, sitting about 3.5 seconds behind Van Baal.
Oh, Van Baal got a drive-through penalty.
Oh dear, that might have been track limits. Speaking of track limits, I think, I believe that was either Lucas or Lionheart who ended up getting a bit wide, touching a little bit of a dust puff off ahead of him.
So that's the second driver penalty in the race, and that's right before the pit stop, normal pit stop time. That's really frustrating.
Yeah, that's going to double that time and probably cost them at least one position.
Also, that means also in that case, driver penalty means they had already 4 warnings. So in 2 warnings they get the next driver penalty. So the penalty now they have to get less track limits to get the penalty. So that's even worse then, because they now have to stay as good as possible in the white lines.
Yep. Meanwhile, as that was happening, Pascal Jordan was able to make their way around Adrian Dubrovka, but they're gonna go into the grass, costing him some speed.
That's not that. I think they have the wrong car. That's not the. Not the Quattro. Oh, that was close. That was close.
Yeah, almost had a hairy moment with the pit exit of that ball. With Reska
But
Kyoso lurking in the distance.
yeah, he's smelling
Ooh,
it.
Audi getting sideways.
Oh!
Just avoiding the clip. Reska Kyoso
He had to
weaving through
brake
all
in
of
the
it.
right.
That was very close. But,
It's not it's not a good day for the Audi. It's not a good day for the car.
Yeah. Pain there for the Audi, but avoided for Dubrovka and Reska.
Yeah, but he has also to make evasive maneuver so that like braking there. Otherwise, we have gotten collected there. That was pretty scary there. But luckily, no contact.
Yep. I mean, sometimes it's better to lose time from slowing down than to lose time from T-boning an Audi.
Yeah. Or getting T-boned by an Audi.
Yep. Or both.
But also, soon in like 50 minutes or so, the pit stop window is gonna open. Are we gonna see some driver changes? Or just maybe for some cars, few entire change? We gotta see it.
Yep. I think.
And as a talking Emmanuel, got to also drive for penalty for track limits.
Yeah, that's going to give that P10 back to Paige Morton. See if they end up fighting again. Now, I will say, I think it's going to be an even split for, because a lot of it's just going to come down to schedules and how long drivers are willing to stand out for. If you're getting the fuel and tires, the driver swap doesn't really cost much time. So, might be doing a back and forth, 1 hour stints, keep everyone well rested. On the other hand, 2 hour race isn't really that much for an endurance stint, so some folks are going to try and stick it out.
Or also, he went a bit wide there, it seems, on the exit.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a McLaren lurking in the back road. It's probably low, low or licht, but it's low because the car is not pink or purple. So
That's
the
a
blue flags there.
very even split between the top three. 6 second gaps between all of them, with Lucas in the McLaren only 5 seconds back from Edwin Law. In that bright purple. The bright purple McLaren. Meanwhile, Paige Morton able to get a little bit of time, starting to reel in Emmanuel as they go through. The gap had widened out to about 4 seconds, but now it's down to about 3 as Emmanuel gets reached by the lapped traffic, or the lapping traffic.
But he has to do the left when otherwise will get increased to stop and go 30, and I don't think they want to take that because it's in like 2 pit stops. They have to do that, and it's much more time consuming than just a driver penalty.
Correct. I mean, it's a drive through plus 30 seconds, and however long it takes for you to stop the car and get it going again.
Exactly.
I mean, in a track like Donington, that's practically an entire lap you're giving up, as opposed to a drive-through, which is probably about half that. Yep,
it's gonna take the drive-through penalty now.
Head in to take it.
But be careful not to speed. Oh! Looked like they went in too fast. That's gonna be a stop and go 30 now.
That is so unfortunate.
That is very painful.
Probably was in second gear and then the
pit limiter didn't activate.
The limiter did not engage. Oh, that's not good.
They are gonna be really angry right now.
Yep.
We're gonna see what the game says. If it's gonna be a stop and go 30. That is now not good for them. They're allowed probably losing an entire lap now by that.
Oh, between the two.
Or even 2 laps.
Between the two of them, probably, closer to 2.
And then they have to still do the pit stop. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, the pit stop itself isn't a major deal because, I mean, you're gonna have to do the pit stop at some point, and they are right about at the pitting point little bit early, but not terribly so. We might see a driver swap, just depending on how Emmanuel's feeling, because I know I would be super frustrated if I was in that situation. So
I mean, you wouldn't be.
Yeah, so they might do a driver swap just to get cooler head in. But again, I don't know. I do not know Emmanuel all that well.
Was it the tire barrier flipped upside on the side there in the chicane? Looked like that.
Looks like somebody caught it in that case.
Huh. But I'm somewhat happy that I don't drive more for in the 4 hours because they are actually a bit more challenging, or not challenging, exhausting, and also the first race I did it was at Barford, and I got so on, like I got in my both and I got 2 times there a tire puncture.
Yeah.
Because I clipped lightly the wall, it got damaged in the rear, and that gave me a flat spot on the tire, and then the tire just decided to puncture. Luckily for me, 2 times it was right before the pit entry, so it was somewhat lucky, but still not really unfortunate.
Emmanuel is now in the pits.
I think.
Yeah,
Yep. He's gonna be
they're
taking a
supposed to
stop
stop and
go.
go further. But also Cody is in the pits.
Yep, I think they're doing their normal stop. Yeah, I will say Bathurst. I was in that same race. I crashed out, and then we had a disconnect when we were trying to swap drivers, so I did not complete that one. Endurance
Yeah,
racing is rough.
Yeah, Barford is a tough track.
Yep. Actually, both track endurance races that I've been a part of, I've had things go wrong. The Monza one, I ended up my entire SimRig broke. The part where that holds the brakes in place popped out.
Oh.
It was fun.
Yeah, the monster race didn't also end well for me because I hit this GT4 while they were battling for position, and yeah.
Yep. It happens.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah. Summary of it: endurance racing, even these 4-hour stints, or even these 4-hour races, which are on the shorter end of endurance, are rough. Very, very taxing on the mental facilities. Meanwhile, drivers, just as we reach the pit section, or the time when folks are going to start pitting, drivers are fairly well spread out. I'm expecting the pit stops to kind of correct that and get everyone back close together again.
It depends if someone misses the pit, because I noticed in the game sometimes they pump you up, position to drop you down, and then just to pump you up again sometimes. It's really annoying, this game.
Yep.
Oh god, and it can happen in pit stops. It can happen if you don't have the auto ignition off, or at least know the button where you can cut the engine off.
Yep.
Yeah, it can happen that the engine won't turn off.
Yep.
I mean, I had that last race in VTrack, so I know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I mounted the auto ignition, the auto start, and as well as the auto ignition on the map. And Cody went wide. Now
Cody going wide,
man had the
296
chance.
times.
Oh! They got collected. Oh! Another tap.
And the second time. Oh, that is.
They came together. Oh, that is. Oh, okay.
That is immensely frustrating.
That also was a pretty unsafe rejoin there, because he's spawned the car and then stopped on the racing, and that's not good. That's not.
Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna have some discussions later on the race. Chat.
Definitely. That's gonna be
Some punches will some verbal punches will be dealt, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, that is a very frustrating situation to be in.
definitely.
Meanwhile, Sound KP back out on track after their previous drive-through, setting with a comfortable gap on each side between 8th and 10th. They are now going to be kind of settling in and, well, up until they have to pit, they're going to be settling in and trying to run their race, get their pace going as much as possible.
Oh, Emmanuel is going to the pits.
Yep.
Probably has big damage, so they probably have to fix it.
Well, big damage, and it is within the pit window. And although they were in the pits a couple times, those were to clear a drive-through and a stop-and-go.
Yeah.
So now would be the time to do that. Try and cool off a little bit.
If he doesn't race alone, it depends. If he races alone, then of course he has to drive then more.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dubrovka getting around Pascal Jordan again. As, ooh, that little bit of slip angle over there.
Why does it... Huh? For me, it's looking like he's just drifting the entire... Interesting.
Yeah.
Seems like connection issues right now for the Dubrovka.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, I'm showing...
He's teleporting around, I think.
Yeah, that's going to make things complicated. Yeah, there's just a little bit of
teleporting.
Yep.
Let's see. Emmanuel back on track. Oh, they have switched. They've gone to their other driver, Eduardo Escoto. Doing that driver swap, getting someone fresh in, and taking care of some
trying
damages.
to get the pace down again.
Yep. Let's see. Meanwhile, our closest gap. Ooh, Pascal Jordan getting wide again, getting into the dirt. Gonna cost him a little bit of time.
What happened there?
That's... Looks like it was just a mid-engine moment. Yep.
Yeah,
Breaking loose. Got on the throttle the wrong spot, and then...
That's why I don't drive the Audi anymore, because the car is, since 1.9, pretty... got even worse with the rear. It's now even more snappy.
All right. So as we wait for folks to kind of pit, gaps between the cars are spread out fairly evenly. In P1, we have Mergen Van Veen in the Aston V8. About 7 seconds back, Alex Curto in the Wild Things BMW. 10 seconds behind that, we've got Edwin Law, N4 GT McLaren. Followed by Lucas Lipton in the Team Iris McLaren. Dominic Kinsler sitting fairly comfortably in P5 in the number 11296. Behind that, Yujis van Baal, UGA Motorsport 296. 2 seconds behind that, we've got Reska Kioso in the number 7 Mirai United Queen's Design Ferrari 296. Polu Kai in the Big Ben Bentley. That is very fun to say, by the way.
The Bentley.
Yep. Just the
Quite
alliteration.
impressive being in P8, actually. It's quite impressive.
Yeah. Steon KP in the YRR X Midori Racing 296. Paige Morton, number 10, in the Waterfleet Racing Development number 99 Reater. Joshua De Jong in the QGA Motorsport number 11 Ferrari. Oh, sorry, in P11 and then 31 Ferrari. Number 12, we have Adrian Dubrovka in the GR Merlin Bliston V12 Aston Martin. That is a mouthful. Pascal Jordan taking a pit stop in P13 in the tracc.eu Audi.
But we gotta switch to Julian then, is my bet, or my guess.
Likely. Number 14, best position. We have, well, now 13, now that he has passed Pascal, is in the pits as the number 401 Hart Gas Racing, Cody Lionheart in the GTR. And 15th, we have Eduardo Escato making a run back in the number 10, Team ACX 296.
With a pretty unfortunate first stint, sadly. With a driver penalty and then got with too much speed into the pits and then stopped and go for the. Luckily, it wasn't a disqualification because the game is very strict with that's going on there.
Yep. Meanwhile, Lucas Leighton actually made a solid run back up to Edwin Law. He's currently about 0.6 back from him.
Yeah. Where does Lucas Lichten come from right now?
Yeah, parts unknown.
Oh no!
Page
P.
Morton
Morton
with
with
a
a driver penalty.
Yeah, well, he's going to stop Page Morton catching a drive through
For
probably track
limit.
limits. To be the third or fourth driver that's had one of those.
It's now the third driver right now.
Yeah.
The
But,
track limits are pretty biting to this race.
Yep. Lucas Leighton might be trying to undercut for that P4 after that reel in. You know, we haven't really been focusing on Dominic Kinsler too much. They've had their, they've kind of been holding their own space between the top 4 group and the rest of the field. Pretty comfortable gaps on both ends of it. Potentially a very relaxing race.
Yeah.
They can just
they have.
focus on
They
their
have
laps.
no one to.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Honestly,
they
that's
have.
my favorite kind of way to run. A relaxing Saturday drive. Oh, Cody Lionheart getting a yellow flag. Not sure if that was just a brief track limits. But they seem to be running all right.
And as I told, side, and I.
Yeah, you're having a little bit of connection issues with the Discord, it seems.
Yeah.
Looks like they have the number 435 tracc.eu has switched to Julian Strasser. Going to be taking over for this stint. Meanwhile, Dubrovka has swapped out for Chamchulo in the GR Merlin Aston. Cody Lionheart. Oh, Cody Lionheart getting in some big trouble. Looks like coming down the straight. In the
Did they touch
downhill.
the grass?
They touched the grass,
They
yes.
touched the grass. Remember, kids,
Ooh.
touching grass outside is okay, but not in a race car.
Yeah, they're touching the grass, and then they're touching the wall. They had to get a tow back to pit. That's going to cost them a significant amount of time. That's I believe in ACC, that's like 3 or 4 minutes. Meanwhile, Chamchulo also getting into trouble. Looks like the same spot. They run through. Oh, they didn't even touch grass. They touched curb. And that was enough to spun them. That Aston seems to be running a little bit off balance.
That's unfortunate. And they gone wide again. Oh no.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Law and Kinsler both go heading into pits. Yeah, that V12 is being very temperamental today, it seems. Rescue Kyoso also pitting.
A lot of drivers are now pitting. Also, Van Baal is also pitting.
Yep. Seems like most of the front of the grid is pitting. Alex Curto, or numbers 1 and 2, Alex Curto and Merjan Van Veen are going to be sticking out at least another lap. This is going to be a nice shuffle because these cars were all on the same lap when they pitted. So it's going to cycle things a little bit. Meanwhile, Edwin Law looks like they're going to be getting out a little bit early. Followed by Kinsler. Looks like Lucas Light can, at least for now, their undercut was successful. As they remain ahead of Edwin Law in the pit as they come out of pits. Cycled up a little bit. We've got Kinsler in P5, Kioso in P6, and Van Baal coming out P7, although they are Van Baal and Kioso coming out right on top of each other. So we might have a fight going on. Oh, I stand corrected. They have switched Rescue Kioso out for Ruby Acosta. Another very quick driver who has previously made some significant runs in B4H. So curious to see. Additionally, has swapped up for Rick Grott, as that is updating now. Looks like Dominic Kinsler staying on for the second stint after their pit stop. Still in that P5 position. Still with a pretty comfortable buffer between 4 and 6. As Alex Curto goes to make their pit stop. Curious to see if the Canadian driver will swap out. Van Veen's going to be sticking out a little bit longer. Trying to get... I'm guessing they feel their car is still good for a bit, so they're just going to pit when they need to. As the track gets cycled a little. Let's see how things shape out. Like we don't. Looks like the gap between Acosta and Grott is about 3 seconds. So it's not making that big of a shuffle just yet. At least until Grott kind of settles in, he might be able to make a run afterwards. Although it looks like Escoto looking to work their way up, possibly unlap themselves. I believe that was him right behind Grott. Seems to be running a slightly faster pace. Might be enough to start getting laps back if they are able to pull it off. Or at least keep themselves from losing any further laps.
But also it seems we got someone disconnected because we're down to one driver is missing now.
Yeah, that would have been... That was Cody Lionheart in the GTR.
I think... Didn't we start with 16 cars?
We did. I'm not seeing the GTR on the grid. But they disconnected. Right is still there. That's still there. W. Bentley's still in it.
Oh yeah, right. Mort Hiccup is not there. He's also gone.
Yeah, I believe they left fairly early. Oh, that is Grott getting wide, getting into the grass, keeping it together, but letting the lap traffic by. Seems they're getting accustomed to the setup as they didn't really have the weren't running the practice or the quali, so this is them getting that kind of sudden on-track familiarization. So it's going to cost them a little bit of time until they can get warmed up. Which Ruby Acosta is going to take advantage of. She's currently, that's given her 8 seconds of a gap between herself and Grott. And it looks like she's working on kind of narrowing that gap between herself and Kinsler. Although that's currently at 15 seconds, remains to be seen how that pans out. Meanwhile, Paige Morton only 4 seconds behind Calvin Levgy of QDNA Motorsports. The number 31 Ferrari. Now down to 4 seconds. You might be able... Going to see if she can actually kind of make a little bit of that gap up. after the drive-through that you had. And Julian Strauss are taking over in the Audi. Gonna be trying to run that thing through cleanly, and is that Seon KP? Let's see what happened there. As they go wide into the grass.
Yeah, outbraked himself there in the corner. Brake too late and then run wide.
Yeah, locked up. Using that overflow area to kind of jump back through.
Also, I think Young still has to pit for the first time, if I'm not wrong, because he wasn't in the pits yet.
No, that has switched. It is no longer Young on the field. It is Delange taking over as they shoot past the Bentley of lapped traffic.
But also Greg is now in the Bentley, so there was also driver swap. So
Yep.
let's see how that goes.
Yep. I think the only drivers who haven't swapped out have been Kurto, Leighton, Law, Kinsler, Seon KP, but I'm not sure if they've pitted yet.
I think Seong is also gonna run alone, if I'm not wrong, but also could be wrong. So I won't lay my hands to fire for that right now.
And Paige Morton. So only about a third of the field have yet to do their driver swap. And even then, of those, I believe 2 or 3 of them are running as solo acts. So Paige Morton has narrowed that gap between P10 to about 2 seconds. So she's slowly starting to reel in Calvin. See if that turns into a battle. Meanwhile, next closest gap is between Lucas and Kurto at about 3 seconds. Actually, fairly slowly closing. And behind that, we've got Edwin Law. I don't know, Edwin Law has... I believe they've pitted, but I don't think they have swapped yet. Had a little bit of confusion there. I thought you meant the P1 position. Yeah, because Edwin Law did pit. They have not swapped. Not sure if they're running solo, if they're running with the team, though. Law has... I believe they have a few wins under their belt in the B4H series. If it's... Unless I'm getting my McLarens confused. Let's see here. Paige Morton has it down to about a 1.5 second gap, and Lucas Leighton is down to 3 seconds. And Escoto has actually made significant amounts of progress on the car in front. They are currently only 3 seconds down after the team was over a minute of time difference after their penalties. Good to see that they're making a bit of a comeback. We might get to see them start to cut through the field a little bit. As it stands, the cars have spread out fairly evenly. They are now settling into what I consider to be the long phase of any endurance race, which is that middle portion where, yeah, there are going to be battles for position, but for the most part, it's going to be focusing on getting that pace in, getting nice and consistent laps, and trying to just run your race as optimally as possible. Most of the battling, at least in my experience, is in that first and last stint. As you're just trying to minimize any sort of damage, any sort of wear and fuel usage, and kind of follow the old adage of, in order to finish first, you must first finish. I think we are getting the starting signs of battle between Paige Morton and Calvin Levige. As that gap is steadily getting closer and closer to that 1 second mark. where they start to get into the slipstream of each other. Meanwhile, Escoto making a massive run. Let's see what happened there. I believe Cianciullo got into a little bit of trouble. Yep. Oh, yeah. Austin, the Martin outbreaking itself a little bit, giving Escoto a chance to shoot by. Meanwhile, Gregis also getting into a yellow flag situation. They're getting into the grass. Trying to rejoin safely as the P2 car of Alex Curto runs by with Leighton in tow. Now, Paige Morton was able to get that gap down to less than a second as she gets a fairly substantial inside line, almost enough to get too wide. But they are currently less than a half second as they've been reeling in that Ferrari of Levige for that P10 position. Gonna see how that Ferrari is able to do. Game alt tabbed. Is that showing up issues on stream or? Game alt tab, what does that mean? That's the Bentley. Oh, the Bentley had an alt tab moment. Gotcha. Meanwhile, Paige Morton trying to get a run as the Ferrari dips into the grass. It's going to cost them a little bit of speed, but they're able to carry it through into the straight. Oh, jeez, the Bentley. I think I just got my car names wrong there. Paige Morton looking for an opportunity to overtake. Kind of trying to find where the... try and pinpoint where the rider has the advantage. It's going to be able to take that P10 position that has been fought over almost all race, it feels like. Although we do have the lapping traffic of Delange coming up behind the two cars. Going to see how that, if that creates any sort of mix-up that either driver can capitalize on. They're going to slowly try and work their way up. Although the Ferrari at the same time is doing their best to run away with it. They've managed to get the slightest gap going out to about half a second now. Trying to take advantage of how nimble that Ferrari is and how decent of an all-rounder, or how solid of an all-rounder it is. Try and find advantages where they can. Meanwhile, Paige Morton trying to get as much of the track used as possible, trying to get the most out of that Gallardo. Then a little bit ahead of that, we have Seon KP and the Bentley of Eric Gregis. Seon going to shoot by as the Bentley dips into the grass. Meanwhile, Paige Morton and they're going 3 wide with the lead car, but
oh, he goes wide. That's not good. Oh, that's frustrating.
Getting wide into the grass, going to cost him that position and a couple seconds gap. Kind of hurts. Let's get another look at that, kind of from above, farther back. Dang it. Okay, the replay window was just missed for it. But it looks like they weren't expecting the lapping car to be farther ahead. Meanwhile, Cianciullo getting into a little bit of trouble. Currently yellow flagged. Let's see what happened to them. It looks like the crest actually caused them to lose some of their grip as they were starting to rotate, and then it hooked and sent them around. Doing a nice little spin before continuing on their way.
I'm gonna do a spin.
Yeah.
But I think the might probably one of the more challenging cars to drive in this game.
Yeah,
I never tried them, but as far as I always heard, it's like they are not easy to drive.
Yeah, especially the V12 variant. seems to be a bit heftier. Like Levige is going to do their best to kind of make some of that time up, catch back up to that P10 position. Currently closest gap in the race, although getting eked out as Lucas Leighton has kind of been having a bit of an accordion with Alex Curto. They seem to gain time, then lose some, then gain it back again. They seem to be hovering right around the 3 to 4 second mark for the gap size. It's actually kind of funny. In the GT4 League, these two practice together fairly regularly. Or they're in the same kind of practice group. So there's probably some technique showing that went down before the race. And now they're going to see who is able to best make use of it.
Definitely.
Yep.
But also, we have to see, maybe Alex is just with cruising run right now, so maybe to relax a bit and not trying to make huge mistakes. So we'll see if he's just trying to be driving more safely and then going back to a pace again and to the end of the racing, like with 102 go or something.
Yep. I mean, he's also kind of hanging with lap traffic right now, so that is going to cost some time. But you're right, he is looking to do this as safely as possible. You know, giving the flash signal, letting him know he's going to be coming up. And then making his way around.
But that costs him probably a lot of time right now, which...
It costs him about a second worth of gap. However, Lucas is going to have to do the same thing. He's going to have to get around that car as safely as possible. So it's going to be a matter of who does it cleaner. It's going to be kind of a factor, especially in these endurance races. Being able to handle lapping traffic is a good skill set to have, and it's one that is difficult to get practice in. Oh!
Oh!
Okay, Grot getting into trouble. Looks like that same spot. Catching a little bit of grass, going wide, losing traction, and... Yep.
Again, kids, remember, grass is not good for your cars.
The grass will pull you into the
Oh, he
wall.
went wide again.
Yep. Borderline magnetize you. Let's see what the gaps are doing right now. Right now we have still the two closest gaps are between Lucas Lichten and Alex Curto. Now Lichten is getting up on the lapped traffic and starting to look to work their way around, but it looks like Curto's doing the same with Paige Morton. Lichten's gotten around their car. They're going to try and take advantage and try and narrow that gap as much as they can. Use that traffic to try and get some pace difference. As Curto also gets around, Paige Morton is going to do their best to now run away now that they have that space.
So the race for both of them are pretty still on there.
Yeah, it's fairly close between the two cars, with a slightly narrowing gap to P1. It's currently down to about 10 seconds. For most of the race, it was a bit wider than that. So curious to see if the two cars are able to start to kind of reel in that P1. Like to now going to be coming up on Morton. As Seon KP also starting to get fairly close to the car after Grot's incident.
Oh no!
What happened?
Lucas Lichten got a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Oh, that's going to hurt. That's gonna push them back, possibly a full position. Similarly, after Grot's incident, Sound KP is able to start making an approach on him. Gap is now less than 1 second as they are going to try and work their way around. As Lucas Lichten does their drive through, Edwin Law is going to get that advantage, possibly also Kinsler. As the gap drops down, Sound KP's just starting to nose out, although Lichten getting back out on track. So they've only lost the 1 position. But at the same time, that's still about a 13-second gap for Lucas to deal with. Sound KP kind of maneuvering, trying to find that spot to overtake.
With the area of
like it was almost contact. Hard to tell.
It looks like the Varia of Grad has actually probably like serious issues. If you look at the front, looks for me like a bit of
oh, the secondary grass spin. Let's see. Looks like they lost it in the same spot. Avoided the wall, but they're having a little bit of trouble rejoining, as that grass is very slippery.
Some simmers need to know the difference between touching grass in cars.
Yeah. Now that's the 1/10 gap between Grot and KP.
Oh,
KP going outside, getting a little close there.
But now has a better exit. Or not?
Yeah.
Oh, he touch. Gone right and
Yeah, that is contact. Looks like
side by side once again.
Going to hold that. Avoiding contact the second time around as they come through. It's going to come down to who can actually have the advantage line. They have both avoid touching grass, but Lucas Lichten coming up along. That's contact, but not enough to cause an incident or a full crash.
Oh, he's touching grass.
Yep, but holding it together as he is probably doing his best to fly through that lap traffic and try and get that that gap back. Or try and narrow that gap between themselves and Edwin Law in P3. See, right now the narrowest gap is the one that was formed between Grot and Sound KP, but it looks like Julian Strasser going to be coming up, potentially trying to unlap themselves from Grot. Going to see how the pace of it folds out. Ooh, as they get a little bit hairy. Almost a very bad position.
I would say also the damage from what it looks like is probably like 10 to 15 seconds of repair time, so that's gonna hurt a lot in the later stops because...
It is gonna hurt a lot, but so is the loss of downforce in the front, because it seems like they're getting a little bit squirrelier with the damaged aero.
Looks like a lot of more oversteer there.
Yep, that was almost contact. Meanwhile, Levige narrowing it down to a 3-second gap between themselves and Strasser. As Strasser is trying to find a safe way around. Gross getting the... I know these cars are on different laps, but this is starting to be a bit of a battle.
Yeah, an unlapping battle.
Yeah.
But also an unlapping battle can be fun actually, if it's drivers like the same pace.
Yeah. As long as you're not like impeding the other driver.
Oh, he switched to the inside, but yeah.
Ah, too far away.
Yep. And at
But
the
now
same
the-
time, this is giving the Vige all the time they need to reel that gap in. They're down to only 2 seconds between themselves and
Whoa,
Strasser.
whoa.
Oh. Yep.
They really don't want to be unlapped.
Yep. Meanwhile, Chamchilo getting into trouble. Yeah, that one corner is especially cruel to the Aston.
Oh, understeer.
Yep. And with that fight between... with Strasser unable to unlap, now Levige is coming in on it. Now, unlapping or passing traffic that's already lapped you is kind of a tricky situation. And it kind of just comes down
Oh,
to...
Strasser's losing time.
He is getting held up. I very much hope this doesn't end up with heated moments happening, as we now have a conga line of 4 cars, all trying to make their way past. Ooh, he's gonna attempt to shut
That
the
is
door.
a bit too close.
Yep.
Oh, that's now 4 cars involved there.
Yeah.
That's gonna be Harry in the turn now.
Oh, damn! And we have 3 cars involved in a crash as they connect with contact. None of this was for position.
Oh,
Oh.
that's not good. Oh,
The stewards are not gonna like this.
Yeah.
they're probably gonna have some fun, and the Bentley goes a bit rally cross,
Yep.
as it seems.
It's got the suspension for it. Bentley puts them ahead of Grot, or I think that incident put them ahead of Grot. Let's see. Yep. As they spun past, the Bentley ran by. Gave them kind of that cost them. See. Yeah. Currently closest gaps between Grot and Regis. With Ruby Acosta now coming up. Currently about a 7-second gap between themselves and Dominic Kinsler. They reach the start to cut their way through the lapped traffic. Sion KP getting the smallest of yellow flags, but it looks like it was just an off track. Jamchulo getting into trouble. That turn is being especially cruel, but the audio...
Oh.
Strasser able to make it maneuver around safely.
So maybe Strasser tries to probably now to unlap himself. So let's hope he can do that so that he is again then at P. Morton.
Ooh, Bentley in danger.
Oh.
See what happened there. Looks like the understeer onto the curb, losing the traction. Curb seemed to be a
nearly
bit
avoided the
slick.
wall.
That's going to give the position back to Gregis, or Grot. Ooh. Who's fighting with, or the Bentley is now right back onto him. Let's see how Regis handles this. They're going to do a little bit on the brakes. Try and reel that boat in. They're basically in a big old speedboat at this point. Currently at about a 1 second gap as the Bentley makes its way through. Grot getting onto the grass, losing the pace. That's going to let Egregious by. Who's now going to do their best to run away with the advantage they've been given. Now that Ferrari being damaged, that's going to make it a little bit difficult for him to catch up. The Bentley is still starting to kind of push away. As we get within 20 minutes of the halfway point of the race. Still a lot of events that could happen.
Especially from the midfield, I would say. Midfield to lower to the end of the field. There's a lot of action going on still.
Yep, in true Track GT fashion, the midfield is where the party is at. As Egregious goes into pit. Bit early, I would say. I believe they pitted especially early the first time around.
Maybe they try now to extend to... Maybe they're gonna swap drivers to now back to...
Polukai.
At the Pulukai maybe then, because Pulukai is probably more pace than the Bentley, and they won't probably get the time back that they lost, so maybe they're not switch drivers now so that they not good and more extended stint. I mean, it's possible in the car with low image touch shooters you can like run over 1 hour, so
Yeah.
should be possible if you're gonna drive now.
Yeah, they might have also had like an error with the amount of fuel used.
But also no, but also already Pulukai in the car now, so
Yep.
we're gonna see there probably more action then soon again.
Yeah, they did the driver swap. Interestingly enough, that did cost them 1 position, and it's going to put Julian Strasser within 5 seconds of that Bentley. So if he can push in that Audi, he might be able to catch up to him.
He's gonna beat the Bentley.
He has to fight that which he loves most.
I don't
The
want to see
Bentley
it.
got a bit unsettled there.
Yep, sure enough, you can see that gap down to 2.5 seconds. Possibly adjusting to fresh tires. As that first lap after pits can be iffy. Your tires are not going to be up to temps yet, but you're still at race pace.
Yeah, probably cold tires and then like probably fuel tanks, so quite a lot of challenging if you come out to pits.
Yep.
Also, it seems like that both Stress is also closing up to P Morton, so maybe they're gonna see better for P9 or so maybe.
Yep.
Soon. But it's still nearly we're not even halfway done yet, so there's a lot of still race going on, so everything is open.
Yep. Now I will say P10 has been the most battled for position of this race. So it's kind of funny that this is where if Julian Strasser's making a push for, it looks like he's going to try and make his run on the coveted P10. As it stands, we've got sizable gaps between the other. Oh, the Bentley goes into the grass very wide.
No, yeah,
What
that
caused
was.
that? Like they cut the
And
bump.
Strasser went past.
Yep, that is a bit too much slip angle into the grass.
Oh! Yo 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 yo!
Trying to reel it back in, but enough that Julian Strasser was able to shoot right by.
It says thank you.
Yep. I mean, he says thank you there, but that Bentley's not far behind him. In fact, the Bentley is now making a move
Trying
to the
to
inside.
regain the position.
Oh.
And it is
Guys, do
taking
not
it
touch
back.
each other.
And it is now going to do its best to keep Julian behind him. So that he can get a view of his favorite car.
I don't want to see Julian's Bentley photo, actually.
Trouble in the lead as Lange gets off track. What happened? Going
That's
left,
left traffic, but that's fine.
passing the left traffic.
Oh, that's gonna be a penalty for sure there.
Good. Yeah, well, that's up to the stewards, not us. We'll see how that plays out. But that has dropped the gap to P2 to 6 seconds. So that has cost a time. That has narrowed it up significantly. Meanwhile, Julian Strasser consistently hanging about a second back. This is the... I try to focus on the closest gaps in the race, and it just always seems to be P10.
Yeah.
Although that being said, Escoto is coming up on Levige. They have overtaken Chamchulo after their troubles and are now... And have honestly, there is a sizable gap between the two cars. They have been just steadily... Eduardo, being a trooper, just steadily reeling those positions in. Doing the best recovery they can, or best recovery drive they can. And they are being consistent about it. That gap is now at about 1 second. Might widen a little bit as they let the leader by. Although Levige is the... had been caught up in the incident previously, so... We'll see how it pans out. They're going to... to slot in behind the lead car. But that's also going to let Escoto in next to them for a brief moment. They go down the main downhill section. Escoto only 3/10, trying to, oh! Levige going off track. Looks like they had a little bit of oversteer, weren't able to correct it. That's going to give Escoto P12 for now.
The Ferrari is actually a pretty stable car, but if you do it, the car gets very unsettled easily because of mid-engine still, but...
Yep, and mid-engine cars, at least in my experience, are notoriously difficult to reel in after they start to get unsettled.
I had that like last week at V-Track, where I lost after Radeon the car. Thought I had it, then snapped again, did a 360, and then I was luckily the one, then was able to go again. Was luckily only qualifying, but was pretty scary in this car because like you think, oh, I have the car, and then another snap like instantly. Wasn't fun.
Yeah, and then I mean, heck, I gravitate toward the mid-engine stuff, so I just die. Oh, actually, no.
Mid-engine cars, death.
That being said, I think the one that I've had the best experience with has been the Porsche. Or the Porsche.
The old one, the 991.
Both?
No.
The 991 and the 992.
The new one also?
Yeah, I mean, my best position was actually a P12 in the Porsche. And up until the Zolder incident, I was running a P10. But that's also like a while back. But that's just rear engine fun.
But also I fell in love in the with the Porsche 992 Cup car. I mean, it does not have traction control, so it's you need to be careful on the foot, but it's a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, those. Honestly, the Cup cars in the GT4s very underrated. Very
Yeah,
underrated.
it's crazy that they don't really get used. I mean, we're gonna get soon two GT2 cars in next month, as I just saw announcement for an ACC or the Corsa. But I don't really think GT2 cars are also getting much used, really. Even, I mean, we're only getting two for now, and these are gonna be a DLC, and I don't really think a lot of people gonna buy the DLC and running it actively, because paying DLC for only two cars is a bit too much in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's my opinion.
And we'll see what happens. The trade-off is GT2 being fast. They're very fast vehicles, and a lot of sim racers like the fast things. It's almost like racing.
I actually quite enjoy the GT4 cars, actually, because they are fun.
Oh, I can vibe with that.
I mean, the Ginetta is sometimes a death trap, but it's actually pretty fun to drive.
I mean, it's a little V8 swap Miata. It's great.
Currently, I don't think really much going on in the track at the moment, if I'm not wrong.
No, it's pretty sizable gaps all throughout. Closest one is Julian Strasser and Polukai with about a 3.5 second, but that one is steadily widening. So we have reached a bit of a slow point, at least until more shenanigans occur, which there's always shenanigans on the verge of occurring in sim racing.
Of course.
Just a kind of quick review of positions. In the lead, we have Renz Delange in the 720 Aston Martin. P2, Alex Curto, Wild Things BMW. P3, Edwin Law, and for G-Team McLaren. Lucas Lichten in the Team Iris McLaren. P5, Dominic Kinsler, running a very comfy race in the ZKHR 296 Ferrari. Ruby Acosta in the Mirai United Queen's Design Ferrari, running 6th. Stay on KP, YRI McCorley Racing Ferrari, running P7. Rick Grott, PGA Motorsport 296 Ferrari in P8. Paige Morton in the Water Lily Racing Department, Rita Gallardo, running P9. Polukai and Big Ben Bentley. Saying that 3 times real fast would be possibly a tongue twister. I kind of like it.
Big Ben Bentley, Big Ben Bentley, Big Ben Bentley.
Yeah. Maybe
Not
so
really.
Not so much a tongue twister, but very fun.
Yeah.
Behind that in P11, we have Julian Strasser in the tracc.eu Racing Team Audi. Slowly working their way back up through the field, we have Eduardo Escoto in the Team ACX Ferrari, working on that recovery drive after a very unfortunate first stint. P13, we got Calvin Levge in the QGA Motorsport Ferrari 296. And then in P14, we have Cem Chulo in the 7.6 GR Merlin Blistine V12 Aston Martin Vantage V12. And that is our current field. Looks like Alex Curto actually has the fastest lap of the race so far, with a 127.477. So they do have potentially the pace. It's just going to be a matter of keeping that consistent. Now they are hovering about 6 seconds behind the lead of Delange. And we shall see if that's something that's able to be narrowed. as it stands, that is actually currently the closest gap between cars. Is the lead 2 positions. Crypto's actually running slightly faster this last lap, so they've been able to gain a little bit. We'll see how that forms out. But it is kind of nice to see. I haven't seen an Aston in the lead position in a ACC race in some time, so it is nice to see. Well, that being said, it's been a while since I've seen a BMW there too.
I'm pretty looking forward to the end of the race because we're gonna see action. Of course, a lot of drivers are probably right now cruising a bit or chilling out because if you're gonna do still going full pace, you're gonna make more likely to cause making maybe more mistakes that cost you more time than cruising around. So I don't think we're gonna see really something going on directly. Even the gap from Pulukai and Julius Stress are growing is not like 10 seconds, so yeah, it's gonna be a bit more chill now. But also got is still in P3 by Lichten's 4 seconds behind. It's quite incredible. Not I thought it was gonna be a bigger gap, but actually no, it's I think still the same gap. So sometimes a bit gaining, sometimes a bit losing, so it's even, I would say. Meanwhile, I'm still surprised that the rider is still in P9. That's pretty impressive. But pretty good counter from spinning at the start of the race. Or the first laps, more like. Still pretty impressive if we remember that the Driter is one of the oldest car in the game. So pretty nice, I would say. I think that it's quite that the V12 Aston Martin is fallen back quite a huge chunk. It's quite sad, but it's still 2 hours to go, so a lot of things can happen. Oh, the other side, Strasser went right there. Oh no, that's really unfortunate there. But seems like not losing a position, but losing even more time to Pulukai in the Big Ben Bentley.
Yeah, it seems that after it's been out for a while, the Audi is having a little bit of trouble keeping it together. It's already kind of snappy by default, but I think the tire wear is starting to get to it.
Definitely. The Audi is a car that is. I mean, you can drive it for long stints, but it's getting more and more difficult, of course, in that car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it shows that the Porsche has troubles in that regard. It might be the snappiest one because there's none of them on the field today. But that could also just be driver preference.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, Paige Morton's actually starting to close that gap with the Ferrari 296 in front of her of Rick Grott. Kurto sitting about 5.8 seconds behind Delange.
The gap is gone a bit bit more tiny. It's only like 5.6 seconds at the moment, but I think that's not really affect much before. I would say like with the last 1.5 hour to go, 1 hour to go, because there was a little bit of inside
Good there.
curve, a bit of dirty tactics, just bring a bit of dirt onto the track for the cars.
All right. Well, we've got some a decent amount of space. Let's take a look at some of the liveries these cars are running. So Rick DeLonge rocking the very similar to the track paint scheme of slightly different shade of green. But they've got the.
As we're talking about the track similar thing, the track kite pops up in the distance.
Yep.
What the timing? What the timing?
But you know, kind of like in a good contrasting colors. You got some highlights
a bit of green and a bit of white and a bit of gray. It's actually a nice color scheme. Not too much, not too less.
Yep. Take a look. Come on. There we go. Next, we've got Alex Curto. Now, their normal Wild Things livery is similar to this, but it uses a bit more pink. They're now using blue.
Yeah. I think, in my opinion, that fits the car a bit better, in my opinion.
Yeah. Would be cool to kind of see variants for different events. I mean, it looks like that's what they're doing, which is a theme I always like. They've got their pattern, then they just kind of swap out the colors. It's kind of how Track does it for our broadcasts, actually. We've got green for the GT series, red for the VTuber series, and blue for the 4-hour series. It is quite nice. Very, very good use of materials, actually, I'd say. Basically tweaking the speculars of the JSON, so you get like this, that like metallic, but not quite, but also not quite satin. Makes for a nice effect.
Definitely.
Yep. Meanwhile, we've got Edwin Law in the N4G McLaren. Very cool Raiden Esports. Kind of going with the lightning theme with some circuitry. Some N4G.
I'm also quite impressed how much we have a track like liveries created that actually make pretty good liveries.
Yeah, like
because if I look at my livery, it's pretty ugly compared to other cars.
Yeah, there's some folks who get pretty into it. What has he got on the bottom of this sport? What has he got on the bottom of this wing? Mad for two. Made for two?
It's made for top.
Made for top, probably.
Yeah.
For ton.
Made for ton.
Mad for ton.
Smaditon? It might be. It might be a.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. The annoying thing is I have to alt-tab out to, like, effectively bounce between cars. Still fairly wide gaps throughout. Lucas Leighton in the Team Iris McLaren. Going for the purple and white. With some...
But also, I've seen the pit windows now coming up again. And maybe we're gonna see soon Jordan Brunch in the McLaren driving.
Get to see it. Team Iris.
I would say a simple livery. I would say not much. A bit of taste like.
Taking a break from the livery review, we've got Holukai actually catching up with Grot, who's fallen back a bit. Once again, this is actually a battle for P9, not P10. But gonna see if he can make anything stick around the Ferrari as Paige Morton goes into the pits. So she's taking her second pit stop, going to be getting that almost right on the 2-hour mark. So good timing with it. As Grunt goes wide, it's going to let the Bentley by as they dip into the grass, and Polu's going to do their best to run away with it.
Also, Liv G is pitting as well at Chamcello. So, a lot of us are pitting now to the 2-hour mark. And not very interesting when the Bentley is gonna pit.
Now, the Bentley did pit fairly early. They went in for their second stop at about the 2-hour and 25-minute mark. So a lot of this is possibly an undercut attempt. They might be trying to space out the fuel usage in such a way that they can kind of take advantage of the driver. But curious to see how it shakes up, because they've already been out for 20 minutes on this set of fuel.
Ooh, someone got into the grass.
Do you know who it was?
I think it was Jua de Jong, I think.
Let's check.
The white Ferrari.
Yep. I see it now. It's like they've got the lap car, or the lapping car of Lucas. Yep, they just dip into the grass, dip back in, and then rejoin right behind Paige Morton, who is now out of pits and has taken P12. Stay on KP going into the pit stop for their stint. And Escoto getting into trouble, going into pit lane.
Oh, it looked like a bit too fast into the pits.
Yep. I also think that.
Yep, as they get around, see what happened there.
Let's see if the live stewards are gonna be
No,
a bit more lenient.
Yep.
I would retreat it. It doesn't seem like he was
Yeah, he seemed
too
fine.
fast into the pit.
Like, he's not shown as a drive-through or anything like that, so I think
I
that
mean, you
was
get the
just
drive-through only. The thing is, in this game, you get the drive-through as soon as you exit the pits. Only then it shows to you.
Gotcha. Yeah, so we'll see. Could have also just been
The camera angle.
I was about to say the software saying yellow flag. Because sometimes it can be aggressive about it.
Okay,
Yep, nope.
he didn't get a penalty.
They are out clean. We'll start to see who starts pitting first and who starts pitting last and how that folds out. As we watch to see who else is going to be pitting, we'll kind of continue looking at our libraries. We've got Dominic Kinsler rocking the black with metallic red highlights in their Ferrari. Very nice. Very nice. He's got two tones of it, too. Very simple, very clean. Lovely effect. Now, Ruby Acosta rocking the... Lucas Lightkin going into pits. Might be trying for another undercut like they did before. Ruby Acosta rocking the black and purple of the Mirai United designs. Been a staple for some time now with the Queen's design setup. It's the KP and the green Ferrari, the green Machine. Looks like we've got a little bit of a Tasha livery going. Of course, the Big Ben Bentley rocking that white on green on black. Very stylish. Rick Grott doing the with a red with white highlights. Very classic Ferrari vibes. We already know about the tracc.eu racing team Audi. He's, you know, you gotta promote the server and the leagues. The Water Lilies, the lovely light pink and light blue Gallardo. Ooh, with the little Italian flag in the along the line of it. Very nice. Also, Lucas Lecton has swapped out with Jordan Brunch for their driver. So the team thigh highs, as they have stated. With Rick Grott now going into pit for their second stop. Team ACX steadily working their way through the field. Again, they're on that recovery drive. They're going to get a little bit of time back from that stop. Potentially able to work their way back up into 11th, perhaps. At least until they have to pit. Meanwhile, towards the front, Kurto has got about a 4-second gap as Kinsler goes in for their stop as well. Trading positions with Ruby Acosta, who's going to shoot by. Was not much of a gap, or was a fairly small gap there. But Ruby Acosta is, of course, going to have to pit as well at some point within the next few laps. Looks like we're not going to see a repeat of the Stint 1 pit where everyone came in at the same time. Looks like it's a little bit more spread out. I say as Julian Strasser heads into pit. This is actually fairly unique to see Jordan Brunch in a McLaren, as opposed he switched fairly recently. I'm still getting used to it. He used to be a proud member of the cult of Lexus. Although ACC was not kind to that car with some of the updates. But, you know, it remains to be seen how some of the custom BOP changes affect that. Let's see, as far as... Meanwhile, Scotto might be able to nab a spot from Julian as he comes out of... Or, it is still Julian Strasser, correct? Oh, no, Pascal Jordan. That's going to put Escato right within about a second. He might be able to get a quick overtake, especially as the team has a stop-and-go 30. They had a invalid hit, or a speeding in pit lane, I'm guessing. That is going to cost them that position and give it back to Escoto, who might be able to hang on to the P10. The coveted P10 prize. Escoto once again claiming it on Team ACX's behalf. This is honestly, it feels like P10 has been the most traded position this race. I've kind of actually just been keeping one eye on that, just due to the amount of times it's been fought over. kind of proof that the midfield is where the party's at.
I mean, it's usually the case.
Yep.
It's in track. No matter where in track. I mean, no matter where exactly. I mean, in track GT, V-track. I mean, and even here, the midfield is where the most battles are because the field is a bit is not that spread ahead. It's not spread that far.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yep. Sure enough, Pascal Jordan going in for the pits, as Escoto is going to extend that gap as they come up on Adrian Dubrovka. Alex Curto's got that down to about a 2.5 second gap between himself and Delange. So it might be, and he's. It seems like Delange had a relatively slower lap compared to normal. They ran a 1:29. Meanwhile, Alex Curto almost a full second faster on that lap.
Maybe he can actually, maybe fight in the end of the race against them. I mean,
It's a possibility. It depends on. Honestly, it's going to depend on drivers. Like how they manage the swaps, how consistent they're able to stay through the course of it, and how well they're able to navigate through that lapped traffic.
Yeah, that is true. But still, oh, okay, never mind, he's going to the pits.
He might be going for that undercut. Try and do that pit first, and then gain as much time with a fresh car compared to the one that's been out for a full hour. Meanwhile, Edwin Law getting a yellow flag as they come into pits. We'll keep an eye on that to see if any sort of penalty comes. Ruby Acosta also going into pit. Which Jordan Brunch is going to do his best to turn that into positions. As he is fresh out of pit lane, or they've just done their driver swap already, so we will see. Now it's a sizable gap. I don't know if it's going to be enough to do a full overtake, as Curto's already out of pits. You'll see he's coming up towards the back half of the field. Making it around the wide turn. Edwin Law now coming out of pits with a drive-through penalty.
It's gonna open up for Jordan.
Yep. That is going to... Yeah, that's going to pretty much put them in the position where it's going to give them P3 for now. It's going to be a question of can they fight him off for this full stint. Same thing goes to Ruby Acosta. Also fresh out of pits. She's going to be... Oh, and they've... actually, Edwin Law has switched with Alan Chan. Another fairly quick driver, from what I understand. We shall see how that plays out. Looks like they went for the 2 stints in a row strategy, rather than switching every stint. Additionally, they have the ZKHR team has switched to Miles Hughes. They have P1 has also done their switch to Van Veen, who is now only 1.8 seconds ahead of Alex Curto. As Chan runs through their.
No, Scott is not driving. Ivano Sensor is driving now.
Oh, Ivanos has taken over for Koto. Why did that not? That did not update for me
Yeah,
very quickly.
the game needs always a lap to update that.
Yep.
Sadly. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
So they did their driver swap as well.
But that
Oh, this is
means
interesting.
now...
Alan Chan coming out of pit lane just as Brunch would is passing him, so they're just going to come out right next to each other.
And Van Baal got a driver penalty also.
Yep.
This, I think, the
Most likely track limits.
second driver for them, actually.
Yeah,
I think.
so it's probably due to some of the stricter setups after the first one. Now, Jordan Brunch has a short-term advantage because of the cold tires, but we will see if he's able to extend or run away from Alan Chan. As they both push through. Currently only a 1.3 second gap between the two cars in a battle for P3.
And also, we're gonna hit soon the 100 laps, as I'm seeing correctly, for that race.
Mm-hmm.
So a pretty long distance driven there already, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure the length of Donington Park. I'd like to convert that into miles or kilometers so we can see just how long these drivers are running. Or the distance they're covering. Meanwhile, Chan's sitting within a second of Jordan Brunch. Like he's going to be kind of searching for a place to have it to take advantage.
But I think Dawn is actually a good driver and also a good defender, but I think at some point he's gonna crack because A-Shan or Alan Shan is a pretty trick driver. I race against him or her, I don't really know that. And he's pretty quick, so yeah. I don't really think that... I mean, I've heard at Vistron that he actually can get to the podium, but it's gonna be, I don't think, not really a high of a chance at the current situation. That's why I'm seeing it.
Makes sense. We've got...
Ooh.
Yep. Although, yeah, currently sitting about a half second. I think Alan Chan's just kind of looking for the best opportunity. Although, you never know. This could be a track that Jordan is especially quick at. As he's holding his own time-wise. Last lap being a 30:38. Which is about 2 seconds off of teammates' times. But at the same time, Chan was running a 30.03. And I imagine if there was a significant enough pace difference that Chan probably would have been able to, or probably would have overtaken by now. But he could also just be being patient on tires. Meanwhile, Ruby Acosta just set the fastest lap for her team at a 27.8. So she is going to attempt to... She's going to be doing her best to reel in the two cars in front of her. So we might see a three... If Jordan can hold off Alan Chan long enough, we might be looking at a three-way battle for a podium.
There's definitely gonna be a lot of action then going on later in the race.
Yep. Yep.
As I
Especially.
said, that Jordan Branch went wide.
Yep.
Commentator's curse again. Strikes again.
Yep.
Because now Asian is right on the rear end of that McLaren.
Yeah. Just took that
Or
one
getting not
little
right
bit.
on the end, but getting closer.
Mhm. Yeah, with the battle between the two McLarens. See which one comes out. Well, Alan Chan going
Ooh.
inside. Jordan not having none of it, though.
Don't be like, you shall not
Oh.
pass.
That's no, no, no. No, no, no. I see you. It's like Alan Chan is being fairly patient about it.
I mean, it's still like 1.5 hour to go, so yeah, making now like dive bombs would be just too risky at the moment.
Yeah. That's something you kind of save for the last bit. It looks like Jordan got a little bit hairy there. I was going to try and do a little bit of a run up. Ooh, Jordan going very much into the grass. He's going to
But
be...
lost the car.
Lost it.
That's oh no, oh no, oh that's a big shunt.
That hurt. You see, I kind of missed whether or not he caught the wall or not.
No, he didn't coat the wall. He was able to.
No, he got in the
Oh,
corner of it.
oh no, oh no, oh no.
That's going to be a little bit of damage.
Definitely. But also Alan got white, but not as white as Jordan.
Yeah, I think both cars are starting to... We're pushing fairly hard. Actually, our average lap time so far between top four... Vena's running at 27.87. Ivano at 29.4. Brunch at 29.9 and Chan a 29.7. Although now that Chan's got that free air, we can kind of see what sort of pace we can expect from them. Ruby Acosta also catching up fairly quick with the... She's sitting in the mid 28s. Meanwhile, taking a look at P10, we got Escoto running through fairly cleanly. Looks like he might be about to unlap himself from Palu Kai in the Bentley. The kind of times we can expect from Alan as he comes through some of the back portion of the track. We're checking the locations of the drivers. Well, that's looking to be 20... Okay, mid 28s. So he is definitely fast. Meanwhile, Ivano running the Wild Things BMW. Still holding on to the lead. He's got about 30 seconds, although that gap has dropped to about 18 seconds.
You mean, you did say didn't hold on to the lead, but he's second place.
The P2. Yeah,
To P2, you mean? Because I was like, to the lead, he's P2. How is he gonna hold on for the lead if he isn't leading?
Yeah, yeah. He's going to hold on to as much of his gap to Alan Chan as possible. Oh, looks like De Jong looking to unlap himself.
Mm.
From Ivano, anyways. Ruby Acosta in the process of doing what you can to reel Jordan Brunch in. Currently sitting at about 7 seconds. And slowly but steadily closing. Seems to be gaining about a second a lap, give or take. With Hughes in a very similar position to his predecessor, is kind of got his own comfy spot carved out. He's got a minute behind him and 30 seconds in front of him, and he is running his race. But he's doing so, closer to the front end of the field.
Mira Young in P7 also not bad.
Yep. Very similar situation. Seon KP's got a full minute in front of and behind him. At this point, he's able to just focus on those lap times, keep the car intact. He doesn't have to worry about battling for any sort of position right now. So he can just run it. Basically enjoy the drive in...
Oh yeah, definitely. But also, I'm really happy to see the Bentley on P8 and the Ryder on P9. I'm really happy about that.
Let's see, what is... I am not
That's
familiar
from,
with
that's from Blue Archive or Archive.
Okay. And
It's most notable on that halo that they have on their back head.
we got that, and we got one for the Trackmania player, virtual.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's rocking. I was curious. Every time I see an attached car, I gotta know. I got to know. It's important information. Meanwhile, Escoto's narrowed it down to 17 seconds between himself and Paige Morton. So he is on a recovery kick. And is not showing any signs of letting up. This is very nice to see. Ruby Acosta now within sight of Jordan Brunch. They come down the secondary straight. Getting into hour and a half remaining mark. Let's see. Now sitting at about 3.5 seconds. He's currently the tightest gap between any drivers. Is going to be the one between Jordan Brunch and Ruby Acosta. As Ruby is on one of her patent warpaths, she's now dropped it down to, well, a sentence ago I was saying it's 3.5 seconds. It is now 2.5 seconds. So she is moving very quickly. Closing in on that McLaren. Now less than 2 seconds. As that is a big push.
Oh, oh.
Big
What is
push.
happening on P10?
Oh, P10. Escoto is Escoto's got 18 seconds ahead, 35 seconds behind. Possibly some
I think
interaction.
he was behind. I think he was behind Morton. I think. Am I
Yeah,
imagining?
he was behind Morton.
Okay.
He has been for a bit. He's doing that recovery.
Hmm.
Oh, Dejean getting into trouble. He comes around. Looks like missed his braking point. He's just going to use the overflow.
Yeah. The
Oh,
walk path there.
he got past Van Baal actually.
Yep.
Okay, I see now. Okay.
And
Escoto. I
and
meant.
we yep, and we now have a battle for fourth as Ruby Acosta has dropped it to below a second. Now a half second. She is hunting Jordan right now. Looking for an opportunistic place to overtake potentially. Gets right on the bumper of him. Trying to get that draft. Looks like she's going to go for the inside line, but not quite able to. Just not yet. At the very least, that was probably more just getting clean air to make the turn effectively. They reach the downhill. Jordan Branch keeping it together. A little bit of bumps on the curb. Currently sitting at 0.2 of a second behind. Once again, trying to get a little bit of that slipstream, get into the clean air for downforce. Still see how it comes out. Jordan running very clean lines. He's trying to keep himself from folding into any sort of pressure. Keep it nice and clean. As I curse him. As I curse him. Damn it. Or darn it.
I was about to say, and it just happened that he made a mistake.
That being said, it ain't over yet.
And Von Ball get another drive-through penalty. Oh no, this is the third for them. 3 drive points in one race, man. That's a tough pill to swallow.
It is a 4-hour race, and after you get the first one, it is easier to get the later ones.
Yeah, but still, it's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. Track limits are very cruel sometimes. Let's see, that is Von Ball. He's got about a minute gap between himself and the car behind, so I don't think that will cost him a position. It will, however, be very frustrating. Yep, he's starting to go through now.
I think actually Ruby Acosta does not try to force an overtake there.
Yeah, I think she knows she's got an hour and a half. Or at the very least, 25 to 30 minutes before she has to go for a pit stop. So I think she's just kind of just getting comfortable hanging back there, looking for the right spot.
Just hanging in there.
Yep. Conserving the energy for the last stints.
I mean, both have still to. I mean, Brunch and Acosta still both have to box, so yeah.
Yep.
And don't actually think they also have a big threat from behind at the moment, I think. So
Not really. There's about 45 seconds between themselves and the car behind.
So plenty of time to make it safe.
Mm-hmm.
And the boat lays into the bits. That's gonna be interesting. They wanna drive 1 hour and 25 minutes and plus 1 lap in one last stint. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, unless they plan on doing like a very short splash, stop and splash. But hopefully they have that thing, they fill that thing to the brim, and then just keep the tires alive.
Yeah, that's gonna be a challenge.
Yep, that's Polokai. Bentley running P8. Now that Sound KP was able to pass them during the pit stop. Let's see. Is it still Polokai out there? According to this, yes, but we will find out as they do the lap. Ruby Acosta still right on Jordan Brunch. Oh, there we go, side by side. Looks like she's going to try and take that inside. She is currently just nosed ahead. Yep, Jordan Brunch isn't going to fight over it.
Yeah, that's straight too risky there to go trying to force that too wide in that corner. That's way too risky.
Yeah, that's not a fun place to do it. Instead, he's just going to let her by and carry on with his race.
Exactly. Also, I want to see where the right is actually at the moment. If the right is somewhere in the field or something. Because
yes, she is currently running P9th. She's got about 10 seconds to go. She's got about 20 seconds behind the Bentley.
I don't think that's gonna much happen to get into the front at the moment.
Yeah.
But as Koto seems to close up a bit.
Yeah, he has actually. He's about 12 seconds down from Paige Morton. He was running about 15 to 17 last I checked. So he is steadily reeling her in. Now there is going to be the variable of the pit stop and you know, what I'm just going to say, the randomness of racing that plays into that. But we might be seeing a fight for P9. Oh, Van Vliet getting a yellow. He's off track. What happened? It looks like coming up on Sound KP, lap traffic. Just different braking points.
Yeah. They're gonna definitely take a look into that, but yeah. That's really unfortunate for both drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, different vehicles. Something that's easy to forget. One driver brakes early while the other brakes late. You're gonna have issues.
Definitely. Also, quite surprised that Ivano is still in P2. Actually, I'm still surprised by that.
I mean, it is. I mean, he did have a fairly sizable gap to work with, and it has gotten a bit smaller, but he is holding his own in that BMW.
But I'm now interested if we're gonna switch back to Alex or is he gonna drive another stint?
I'm not sure. Alex has done 2 stints already, so they might just be doing it 50-50.
But also could only do like two, 3 stints for Alex and 1 stint for Ivana, so that they did the driver swap then.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how competitively focused they are. Like, sometimes you just want to run a race for the sake of running a race as opposed to, like, trying to get that, like, win every time mentality. It could just be, it's a relaxing weekend. I mean, again, it's a fun endurance race. There's no stakes to this, realistically speaking. Like, we're not like there's no prize money. There's nothing like that. So just, drivers enjoy themselves. Actually, Polukai, now that they're out of pits, is very steadily reeling in Seon KP. Going to be looking to take back that P7. Likewise, Escoto is now past or below the 10-second gap with Paige Morton in the Reater. Ooh, and Joshua DeYoung getting in trouble the same spot as before. That overshoot into the brake section. Seems like that turn has given him a little bit of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan Brunch is still hanging within 10 seconds of Rui Acosta. As he makes his way around a little bit of traffic. Ooh. And ball getting a little bit squirrely coming out of that turn. Looks like the rear tires just touched the grass, kicked it around a bit, but nothing too unsettling. Now that Bentley has been setting some pretty good times. He just set a 128. He is now within 3.5 seconds of Seon KP. He starts to close in a little bit. Slowly but surely reeling that Ferrari in. Getting a little bit into the grass there. Going to slow down the charge a little bit. Meanwhile, Escoto now at 9 seconds between himself and Paige Morton. The 2 closest gaps in the race, and it's over P9 and P7. Well, as Paige works her way around lap traffic of Adrian Dubrovka, the advantage has been very temperamental in some parts of Donington Park. They've been kind of keeping it reeled in.
Also, it seemed as Scooter also catching slowly but surely up to Morton.
Yep.
So that's gonna be a battle for P9 and slowly but steady.
Yeah, it's been building up. It's been building up.
And just in the background, the Audi from Pascal Jordan gone a bit right at the start-finish line.
Yeah, it's the Audi, what it does.
Yeah. It thinks it's the Quattro S5, so yeah.
Yep. Now, Polukai, now, ooh, he is in sight of stay on KP as they come over that crest. They work their way around. Certainly about a 1 second gap between the two cars. And that Bentley doing what they can to get a run up on him.
But the Bentley can't force now. But we need to be very careful in overtaking, not to overstretch the tires, because, well, they have 1 hour and 40 minutes to go if you don't want to stop again.
Yeah, so they have to, they can't push too hard. Unless they plan on taking another stop at the 45-minute mark, but it's touch and go. Oh, meanwhile, Adrian Dubrovka getting in the drive-through. Going to be running through, taking their pit lap right now. Nosing out, getting a little bit of clean air for the Bentley. They make their way through. Now that Bentley's got that soft suspension, it can take curbs like a champion. At least it used to be able to. I haven't had much experience with it.
Also has the front engine, so actually also have helps a lot more. Oh, in that moment, actually, Xiong gone wide.
Yep.
Now he has the Bentley sniffing.
Yep. And Bentley's got the inside line, but still not quite enough to carry through. At least they're able to stick in the clean air. Going to attempt to get as much of a run-up as they can coming out of that turn. Pushes. Around, kind of getting to a bit of the more, ooh, a little bit of slip angle on Sion KP. Started to get a little bit sideways with it, and that's all the Bentley needs to start going side by side. Bentley's going to take that, claim that inside line.
Yeah.
And that is going to put the Bentley ahead for P7.
Quite incredible. P8 in the Bentley so far, not bad.
Yep. Oh, that was just to unlap. I thought that was like actual...
Oh, what? No, wait, sometimes it's really for unlapping?
No, it shouldn't be.
It's quite interesting.
Okay, that was an unlapping. Alright, they just got to do it again. As Dejean gets in trouble. Getting a little bit sideways.
Yeah, okay, the curb and then she goes.
Grass.
Yep. That spot's been very temperamental for many drivers today.
I think mostly for Ferraris, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
the most
mostly...
drivers that had that right now in this race were Ferraris, if I'm correct.
That is true, but half the field that's on the track right now is Ferraris.
Okay, you're right about that one.
So it's hard to say. Because we saw GTR having troubles with it. We saw the Audi having troubles with it. We saw the Aston having troubles with it.
The Macca, the McLaren also.
One of the Maccas had it, so it is an equal opportunity pain. Well, it looks like Sound KP re-overtake as Alan Chan gets into trouble, getting wide in the same spot in the McLaren. That is... Oh, Ruby Acosta now only 12 seconds back. She might be able to push enough to get in on that podium fight. So that being said, we are starting to get into the point of where we start to have looking at the next round of pit stops, that final round of pit stops for the big push. Meanwhile, yeah, our supper is still doing... Oh, Sound KP has a drive-through now. That is going to make things interesting as they run up on, looks to be Jordan Brunch. May have gotten into a little bit of trouble. They're going to shoot it up the inside, narrowly avoiding contact. Ooh, as Jordan gets into the grass, he's gonna bounce. Just missed by the Bentley, but he's gonna connect with that wall, get some damage out of it. That was a very close call with that Bentley. Meanwhile, Paige Morton and Escoto got into their... Oh, Paige Morton going to pit. That's how she got past. Or that's how Escoto passed. So Paige Morton's going to be the first one to go in for their final pit stop. Although Escoto was not far behind. Thought I missed a dramatic overtake there. Meanwhile, Polukai sitting in that same spot where he's almost exactly a lap behind Seong KP, but very evenly matched on pace. Seong is going to have to do a drive-through, so that's going to give Polukai a solid 30 seconds or so. Time to start to run away with as Paige Morton comes out of pits. Now in 11th with a 7.5 second gap between herself and the current P10 of Von Ball. So we're going to see that position, depending on pace, we might see this position get battled over one more time. Meanwhile, Ivano's still hanging on to that P2 position, keeping the gap at about 15 seconds to the car behind. He has held it for the entire stint thus far, and we will see what they're going to be doing with their driver strategy. Yeah, actually, it's looking like Von Ball kind of has the pace right now, so we might not see the P10 brawl just yet. Although they are going to have to pit as well. So disregard that. But Escoto, from 2 minutes, from a full lap down on, or from a full 2 minute gap to the car in front in last position, all the way up to the midfield, to P9. That's a hell of a recovery. And honestly, depending on how pit strategy plays out for some of the drivers, we might be seeing, we might be able to make even more happen. Meanwhile, Jordan Brunch going to be pitting, taking care of some of that damage and getting in that hourly stint. And swap. That's going to Probably going to lose one position in that during the stop to Hughes. As well as Ivano. Or I guess a lap to Ivano. And Alan Chan. Got the thoroughly battle-worn tracc.eu Audi running behind, filling out the race until their next stint. Now, interestingly enough, Paige Morton also stands to potentially gain a few positions as she has done her final pit stop already. And as a result, she's going to be... she is not going to have to come in when everyone else does. So she's going for the big undercut. And we will see if it happens to pay off. Now, Polukai possibly in the same boat, but it's going to depend entirely on if they were able to make that fuel and tires last a full hour and 25 minutes. That's a tall order. Bentley's got a big tank from what I remember, so it might be pretty doable. But we will see. Meanwhile, Ruby Acosta running only 10 seconds behind Alan Chan, who's previously at a... I actually don't remember if the gap is smaller or wider, but they're running fairly similar times. Both sitting in the mid-28s on average. And both capable of mid-27s when they push. Jordan Brunch out of pits. Looks like they were able to deal with some of the damage. I have a feeling we might be looking at a 150 lap race. At Donington Park.
Yeah. Only one more hour left.
Yep.
Then one more lap.
They're in the... All the drivers are getting into their final stint. They got the last fuel they need. They got all the tires they need. Now it's just a matter of finishing it out. Meanwhile, Alan Chan has gotten to the 10-second mark on Ivano. Might be looking to take that P2 position back. So Ruby Acosta not too far behind that.
Mm.
And again,
The gap is pretty much the same as before between Aisha and Ruby Acosta.
yeah, it's fairly consistent. Also worth mentioning, none of the top 5 have made their, well, none of the top 6 have made their final pit stop yet. Oh wait, no, did Miles Hughes?
I think they didn't hit yet so far.
Yeah.
I think.
They might have.
I mean, we will see if they're gonna pit or not. So, yeah.
I'll play it safe and for now just say none of the top 4 cars have done their final pit stop yet. And we are in that final stint. The
actual leader is Van Van
Yep, they've been
currently.
running pretty far ahead the whole way.
From lap 1, I think then did not lost the lead the entire race so far, if I'm aware of.
No, they haven't. I mean, they had Alex Curto on his tail by about 2 seconds for a lot of it.
As we're talking about, he nearly lost the car.
Yep. No,
Almost hit a
physically, he was
car.
outside of the car. He was actually just hanging on to the spoiler. Oh.
Oh.
Audi in danger. It's like coming up over the hill. Just missed the brake point. Yep. Now Vano hanging on to that P2, but it's down to a 7-second gap. I mean, the actual leader is, in my standings, is Adrian Dubrovka because 14th is the best position. Say that being Charles the 14th. That is the joke I make.
I disagree.
We don't have 69 cars on the grid. We can't have that be the best position.
I disagree as well.
We don't have 420 either.
What? No, I have the number 6. I have the number 96.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have the. All right.
We don't run 420 and 69 anymore.
We only have enough cars for one of our lucky numbers. I'm claiming it. As Seon KP comes in to his for his final stint.
The last hour.
The last hour is now running.
The big home stretch. As Jordan brunches out in P6. I just noticed the intakes on the side of the Ferrari. Those are kind of cool now that I see them. Oh, leader Van Veen is going into pits as well. As well as Pascal Jordan and Adrian Dubrovka. With Alan Chan now within 4 seconds of Ivano. Wait, is there a drive-through? I'm not seeing the... Oh, was that? Did we... Okay, did we all collectively miss the drive-through for P1? Or is...
There was no drive-through penalty for P1.
There was?
I'm pretty sure there was none. I'm pretty sure of that.
I thought that was just a normal pit stop.
No, they didn't have a drive-through penalty.
Okay, I think Albert is gaslighting us then.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fair. It's fair. I remember that. Oh wait, I can look at the stewarding sheet.
I mean, also can just look at the stream replay.
That too, yeah. Well, Alan Chan, less than a second of gap between themselves and Ivano Sensei. Gonna see how this plays out. Ivano runs through. A little track car right behind. The ever-present Audi. Ooh, BMW getting a little squirrely coming out of the turn.
Oh, they had really drive-through penalty. Lol.
Okay, yeah, they had a drive-through. Wow, we are
But anyway,
amazing commentators.
I don't really think that that's gonna affect them really much by that now.
It hasn't. They still have a 50-second gap to the car behind, who also
And I
hasn't
think
pitted
they
yet.
also already boxed, if I'm not wrong.
They might have.
I mean, we're gonna see if they're gonna hide box or not yet so far. So,
Yeah, we'll find out. And they're running less than a half second behind Ivano. Getting nice and close to that BMW, staying in the draft. Cutting out to get into the clean air when they need it. Looks like they still know there's 50 minutes left of the race, so they're going to be trying to do this as cleanly as possible from the looks of things.
yeah.
As cleanly as possible.
Yeah.
Alright.
Bonk.
I don't think that was a proper poop just yet. Oh, is Ivano gonna have the switchback?
Oh.
Oi, 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 oi.
No, but he is gonna be running close.
Ivano, it's 50 minutes to go. Don't crash yet, please.
Be nice to the cars. Oh, they are.
Oh god, they bumped
Drafting
into each
through.
other already.
The gap doesn't look quite. I think that's just the bounces of the track, right?
Let's hope. Let's
hope that.
No, there's no contact listed just
Okay.
yet. So I think it's just the camera angle and the track being a little bit bumpy. Touch bouncy even.
Oh.
I mean, I will say Ivano is sticking to the back of Alan Chan right now. Like, he is seeing the line.
I think Ruby Costa has a bit of connection issues. I think.
Yeah,
Or is that just me?
No, I just saw it. She's like bouncing by like 2 seconds on the stewarding sheet.
Yeah, they're also
And
gonna
she's going to the pits.
Yeah, just put into the pits now.
Okay. As is Escoto. Which we're not in. Okay. Interesting. I mean, again, these two still have to pit. So it looks like, she had about 5 seconds between herself and the other two cars. If we go to the fact that it was bounced between 4 and 6. So it could be a driver swap to kind of mitigate the connection issues. Could also just be an attempt at an undercut. Could be both. So we shall see. Yep, and it is a driver swap. So Reska Kyoso is out. Or is out on track. And she's not out of the race. Not out of the race. Very, very big difference. Very big difference. Meanwhile, Ivano going in for their pit stop. Shortly after. That puts Chan and Van Veen in P1 or P2 or yeah, P2 and P1. Not sure if Van Veen cleared the final stint or if that was the drive-through that they were serving. It did seem fairly short. I'm thinking it was just the drive-through. So both cars still need to pit. So we will find out. Meanwhile, Christian Emmanuel back out on track after that first stint in P9. Paige Morton able to maintain undercut work. She got the P10 position back from Van Baal after her pit stop. She's currently riding with, along with Alex Curto back out on the field. Quite a few driver swaps. Julian Strasser back out in the track Audi. Looks like we had a couple folks who did a beginning and end, and then had the 2-hour bit in the center.
Dubrovka, the last Aston Martin number 76 is disconnected.
Ah, crap. They have...
Yeah, they had issues with driver swap. They couldn't swap drivers.
Oh, gotcha. It messed him up that way. That's painful.
Really unfortunate.
Yep. Now is Pulukai going to Pulukai bringing the Bentley in for its final stop? So they were not able to make that go for an hour and 25. They probably realized that about halfway through and went for
a safe stop
here. We've got Paige Morton steadily reeling in Christian Emmanuel. Was at a 10-second gap, now 7.6 seconds. Might be able to see a battle for P9 before this is done. Also, very, very curious to see, given that the lead two cars still need to pit, Alex Curto back on the field. Very quick driver. Might be able to retake that P2 spot after the after Alan Chan goes in for their pits. And then so we might be seeing a battle for P2 towards the end of this as well. So things are shaping up quite nicely. Jordan Brunch finishing has stayed out for his final stint.
Staying out.
Yep. Not doing the driver swap.
Not pitting for the soft tires.
Yep. Looks like Palukai is also going to be remaining in the car, in the Bentley, for their last 45 minutes. Now they've got about a minute to catch up with Seon KP, but they already unlapped themselves on Seon KP, so it's within this hour time frame might be doable. And again, 45 minutes, this is almost an entire race length that they're going to be running through for this last stint. So they've got plenty of time to still make the action happen, as it were.
Indeed.
Now, Alex Curto maintaining pretty solid pace. He is currently running... His last lap was faster than A-Chan's. He is...
But also, Koto's now have fresher tires, so...
He is, so that's going to stack. Up until Alex Chan, up until Chan pits. He's going to be doing his best to reel in and try and get as much advantage when that time comes. And our lead, Mergen Van Veen, is coming into pit row. See if they are going to be.
Let's hope they played it safely, because if you're gonna get now stop and go 30, it's over for them probably.
Yeah, that would cost them the race. Well, they wouldn't cost them the entire race. It would cost them the lead for a while. Yeah. I'm curious to see if they keep the same driver or not. They don't swap back out. As it is, Alan Chan is within 15 seconds. He might actually get around them across pit row. But again, they will have to pit as well.
But there's no car in the pit, so they're gonna probably...
Yep, they are going to come out with a 2-second gap between them and the lead. So very close. And it looks like they didn't get any sort of penalties, anything coming out of pit row, so they are... So DeLange is good to go. And they did do a driver swap. Again, the biggest battle I'm looking at potentially right now is going to be when Alan Chan pits. If they're going to... How close they're going to be to Alex Curto. Because Curto is going very fast right now. He just set a 27.8. Close to... It's the second fastest lap... Or he's got the second fastest lap of all the drivers. And Curto is a very consistent with their lap times. He can go fast and he can stay fast. Now, Alan Chan has the same thing going for him. He's very consistent, very fast driver. But the longer he's out on these tires, the more advantage the more opportunity he's giving Curto to do that undercut.
Yeah, exactly.
And that gap has slowly but steadily been creeping in. He can definitely hold that P2, but I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a fight for it as soon as he comes out of pits.
Yeah, I also think so.
Aside from that, the rest of the grid seems largely stable, so outside of incidents and accidents, looks like we're looking pretty comfortable right now for just a solid, clean finish among the field. Yeah, Alan Chan, I think that tire wear is also starting to show a bit more because he's very steadily losing time to DeLange, even as he's going through traffic. With matching paint schemes, no less. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Oh, there we go. Alan Chan going into pits. Alex Curto's going to be...
pushing now really hard.
He's going to be pushing very hard to get that undercut successful. If he can get around him here, that means that he just has to worry about defending for the race and keeping that consistent time. Kyoso not far behind. Sitting fairly comfortably in fourth. They've got more than a minute between themselves and the car behind. Very, very relaxed P4 right now. As Alex Curto makes it past pit row. He is successfully undercut as Chan just comes out of pit lane with a 6-second gap. Now is the time for Alan to run like Smeg. Like, just
They
send
will
it.
have now fresher tires and less fuel tanks, so...
Yep. It's at the 40-minute mark. The endurance portion of the race has ended. It is now a proper race. So we are going to keep an eye on what their gap is looking like, as it is the closest one in the race right now. Only 6 seconds. Also, Alan's been out for, I believe he was did the starting stint and this end stint. So they have it spread out pretty nicely. Meanwhile, Kinsler last lap was the fastest for them. Just at the fastest time. They've been in that sweet spot between packs and have just been cruising. Setting a 27.5. That is the third quickest lap of the race. So they are on the same pace as the lead 3 cars. Kurto's still running like hell, or still running away as best he can. He's managed to widen that gap 7 seconds while Alan is still on cold tires. Once those warm up, it's going to be time for Alan to start pushing for that recovery. Because Ruska Kyoso is actually starting to gain a little bit of time. But again, cold tires. So I have a feeling this last half hour of the race is going to be spent looking at these lead 5 cars, seeing who's able to get advantages on who. At this point, it's more pace than it is battling. And even now, Delange is running within 3/10 of their fastest lap. So they're still keeping that speed very consistent. Ruska Kyoso still gaining. Got it down. It was at 10 seconds. It is now at 8. As Alan runs in the 29s for his lap. With Ruska in the low 28s. That is going to buy about a second. We'll see if Alan Chan's got hot tires now so he can do a proper push, because at this pace he might be looking at a battle needing to fight for that podium position against Ruska Kyoso. Meanwhile, Alex still has to make the same consideration. He's going to have to push at least enough to keep Alan Chan at bay if he doesn't want to get into a dogfight towards the end of the race.
Yeah.
Now, all 4 of these drivers, well, actually the entire top 5, each of these drivers is capable of a low to mid 27 for their lap time. So they're all capable of pretty solid pace. It's going to come down to who can keep that pace, keep it consistent without wearing out their car and losing it at the end. Let's see, Alan coming around towards the final stretch. Let's see what time he's running now. Low 28s. So he is starting to get that free pit stop pace back again. Although Ruska coming up behind is going to match that, also low 28s, actually a 10th faster than Alan. with Alex Crypto sitting in the high 27s for lap time. Even then, P9, Christian Emmanuel running a 28-1. So they had a very rough first stint, but they are recovering very strongly. And they've made back, even though other drivers have disconnected, they have made back 6 positions since that first stint. It's like Alan Chan is starting to pull away a little bit from Reska Kyoso this lap. It's like they had, or Reska had a bit of an invalid, so they might have lost a bit of time through that section. That's going to give Alan Chan some of that breathing room back as we get closer to the last half hour of the race. And Delange setting another very fast lap at 27.4. As they are recognizing it's the last bit of it, so they are going to start pushing hard. Or, honestly, I don't know how hard they are pushing. They might be... This might just be a comfortable pace for them. They're bloody fast.
Hmm. Because now it's just like a sprint race at this point.
Yep. No pit stops remaining. Just a half hour of set as much pace. Try and narrow the gaps while keeping the gaps behind you at bay. That's Shan coming around. See what sort of time he's going to be running this lap as Rut gets into a little bit of trouble. Let's see what happened there. So you got yellow flagged. Comes around. Like he just went a little... Well, oh, he seems to be doing all right. Oh, no, going a little bit wide into the grass.
Oi, oi, oi.
Getting a little bumpy with it.
Don't go too much on the gas. Oh. Okay.
Well, kept it together. And back through the downhill.
You can so easily spin when you go into the grass that deep.
Yeah, especially if you get on the throttle too heavy.
Yep.
Racing slicks have great traction on blacktop, but grass not so much. Seems in our little pace battle that I have going on, Alan Chan has been able to pull away a little bit. He's now just under, or just over 9 seconds to Reska Kyoso, who, oh no, back under. It is still sitting pretty tight, pulling ahead very slowly, but Alex Crypto is doing the same as he's got him over 10 seconds. As Crypto sets a 27.6 for their lap time. So they are moving quick. It's nearly a 1 second difference between the 2 laps. Reska Kyoso coming in for... I got my track positions mixed up a little bit there. Alex Chan heading through the downhill. Trying to keep that speed going, carry it through. And not so much that you understeer into the grass. Kind of running that fine line very effectively. Ooh, Polukai getting into trouble. Getting into big trouble. What happened there? It looks like he's coming up on the to unlap himself on Jordan Brunch. I did not see a yellow flag on Brunch, so I don't think that.
Oh, I think he went on the grass. I think he went on the grass a bit.
Almost crossing over. There's contact. That's going to send the Bentley over the hill. And he's going to just run all the way across. Okay. I want to see how that affects his lap time. Legitimately, I want to know how good that cut is. Yeah, very kind of unfortunate. The little bit. I think there was a little bit of netcode involved in that bump.
Yeah, I think too.
Just with the way that Bentley ricocheted. Now, meanwhile, Delange has now set the fastest lap of the race overall with a 27.2. So they are absolutely sending it.
The last 30 minutes, guys. The last 30 minutes.
Yep. I think if
give it one final push.
Yep. I think if we are going to see a fight, it's going to be between Reska Kyoso and Alan Chan. Just given the way the gaps are spread out. I mean, we're either going to see a fight between Kyoso and Chan or Kurto and Chan. I have a feeling if we see a fight, it's going to be with the number 67 H4G McLaren is going to be involved. Because I have a feeling he's either going to find the pace to catch up to Kurto, or Kyoso's going to find the pace to catch up to him. Or someone's going to have a boo-boo.
Who knows?
It's still a half hour. A lot can happen. An entire sprint race can happen in this time frame.
Yep. And some of these cars are really dirty right now.
I think all the cars are very dirty right now. Some of them have some battle damage.
Some of them have just grass damage.
Yep. There's been at least one path made by the downhill section. As well as consideration of widening that little narrow walkway through the sand trap after that chicane. Fair enough, Reska Kyoso setting a 27.8. These lead second through fourth all have very similar pace to each other. All within very narrow margins. So we're kind of seeing it more or less remain level, but it's increasing and decreasing with each lap. Kind of rubber banding back and forth, yo-yoing a bit. Okay, and now Delange is giving it a full and proper push. He just set a 27.0. We might see someone break into the 26s on this lap. And by someone, I mean we might see Delange break into the 26s here. He is going for not only the P1, or he's not only going for the win, he's also going for the fastest, for the lap record. As it is, the rest of the field has largely settled. Looks like everyone seems to be wanting to strive for that smooth finish. Oh, but then again, Alan Chan's getting caught up in lap traffic. Yeah, Delange is quick. Like, he's... Like, and that 27 came out of nowhere. Like, I think he's just been chilling this whole race and then decided to extend it at the end in true endurance fashion.
I mean, it's the best time now. Everyone else who's powered out is gonna be tired, you know?
I mean, he's got a minute gap to the car behind him, and that's after a drive-through. So, honestly, as long as he doesn't meatball it, it's his to, hold on to. Now, Alan getting caught up in that traffic gave Reska about a second back, but Reska's going to have to deal with that same traffic in a bit. Very shortly, even. Meanwhile, Alex Curto, he's got a minute in front of him. He's just focusing on keeping that gap between himself and Achan as wide as possible. Trying to keep him above that 10-second mark for comfort. As Reska is starting to find some serious pace, breaking down into the 27s. That's 2 laps in a row now where they've been about a half-second quicker than Alan Chan. Now, granted, they are about to have to contend with the same traffic. So we will see what happens when they lose that clean air.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. It will be interesting to see, especially in these, again, in this last, like, 25, 30, 25, 20 minutes.
Yep.
Since, again, the race is not... Oh!
That looked like a very ugly spin. And once again, it's the downhill causing it. This area
is it the grass again? Is it the grass again?
It's either the
or
grass
is it
or
the
curb.
curb?
It's the
What
grass.
is it? It's the grass.
Huh?
Wait.
No, it's
wait.
It's a completely different turn entirely. It was the curb.
Oh my god!
Spinning wide, narrowly being avoided as he slips back onto the grass. Sure enough, Alan Chen now returning the favor to Reska Kyoso. Running a 28.3, that's a full half-second faster. There's a lot of push and pull between these, with the gaps between these lead 4 cars. Oh, Seon KP getting into trouble. He comes around, headed towards the downhill. I think that one was curb. Yeah, that one was curb. Almost holds it into a drift. No, actually, holds it into a drift and rejoins. But that will cost him some time. Meanwhile, Delange seems to have gotten a little bit of traffic on his last lap, sitting in the 28s for the first lap of his stint, since he's gone back out. I don't think he's got too much to worry about. I think he's, at this point, just setting the laps to show that he can. Meanwhile, Chan has been able to get a little bit of a runaway going from Kyoso. He's, well, actually, Kyoso seems to have gotten held up by the traffic a bit, as that gap has now expanded out from 9 seconds to 12 seconds.
I mean,
it was
yeah, it was gonna happen.
Yep. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Oh.
As, speaking of the traffic, Emmanuel getting very squirrely through there. Coming out of that first long turn.
Is it the grass again?
I'm actually thinking curb because of the way he was sliding like that. No, just that little dip into the grass. Yep.
Remember, kids, grass is not good for your car. Okay, I should really stop with that.
Yeah, it is.
It
And
is
that being
getting
said,
annoying.
that has given Paige Morton about 10 seconds on him. She's now 18 behind. If Christian Emmanuel's got to keep this, got to focus on keeping that car safe. Otherwise, he might be putting that position at risk.
Mm-hmm.
He absolutely has the pace. As Seon KP gets into a yellow flag. Seemed like a fairly minor one. I think that was just an off track. Yeah, rear end kicking out. Recovered right away. I mean, that last stint is the big push. And the big push is when the fun happens. Both the fun and the air quotes fun. Rescatchioso finally free of the traffic now with a 13-second gap that they have to work on. At the same time, Alan Chan has found a little bit of pace on Kurto, as Kurto has to deal with a bit of seemingly had to deal with a bit of traffic. He's dropped that down into the mid 8-second for that gap. As Kurto's going to do his best to try and expand on that after getting around Seon KP. With Levige getting a drive-through penalty at the last 20 minutes of the race.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Alex, I'm getting a little squirrely coming out of that turn. Nothing too major.
Oh, and someone has a drive-through.
Yep, Levige. Although they are serving it now, running through pit lane. Everyone seems to have settled up fairly comfortably. Instantly, this is just the same race that they've been running the whole way. They have found they were sitting in a very specific gap. But it is also one that leads to very low stress and makes it very easy to stay consistent. And some of the lap times he's been running just show that. And seems to be backing it off a little bit, focusing on just conserving for that last 15 minutes. Knowing they have, 15, they've got a 1-minute gap to the car behind. They can kind of just take it easy, focus on keeping the car together, working their way through traffic as efficiently and safely as possible. Kind of just avoiding the big bad moment. Meanwhile, Alan Chan looking to trying to push. Although he's going to be coming up behind Seon KP with the for elapsed traffic. Now, from what I've seen of Alan Chan in general, he tends to be fairly cautious around lapped cars, as well as even when fighting for position, he seems to be very thought out about it, I would say. He likes to kind of get a feel for what's going on before he makes any sort of move. As Christian Emmanuel gets into trouble again. Same spot, that downhill section is being very mean to him. It's like he was coming up behind Rick Grott. Rick Grott getting a little bit sideways. Contact between the two cars, actually bumping him off into the grass. Trying to recover, catches the wall.
Okay, the
And-
stewards are not gonna like that.
Yeah, no. That's not good. That bought another 5 seconds back to Paige Morton. She's now at 12 seconds. That one wasn't even. That one honestly was not. Oh.
Ooh, oi, oi, oi.
Okay then. What? Rick Grott
What
having
was
some trouble.
that?
I think his tires are shot. Because he was getting sideways in that turn previous, and he lost it clipping Christian, and then right here, yeah, just that little dip into the grass, and nearly,
Oi, oi, oi.
very nearly, caused a significant hurdle. I think Grott's tires are hot. Even then, we've got, I think that was... Let's do that again, because I think Livshi was running a little bit off track. Saw a little bit of bounce happening. Yeah, into the grass. Keeping it together fairly effectively, though. Let's see, who haven't we watched in a while? How is the Bentley? Bentley's doing all right. Comfortably P8. Has actually worked about 10 seconds off of Seon KP. However, that still puts that at a 50-second gap. Considering that they had unlapped themselves after some pit stop issues, that is very impressive. Likewise, Jordan Brunch running out fairly consistently after 2 crashes brought him down to P6. And sure enough, having a little bit of fun with Julian Strasser. Going to be working to unlap themselves. Not going to bother fighting over it. They kind of know that positions aren't really at stake. As the 435 track Audi runs past. And Paige Morton running that retur. It's like coming up behind Rick Grott. Now, it's again, this is not going to be for position. This is just a blue flag. So it's more pace focused. As we head towards the final 12 minutes of the race. Kind of looks like we're going for a cozy ending. Not really going to fight over too much. Looks
I
like
mean, they are kind of far apart now, so
yeah. Everyone's fairly
no
spread out.
real point over fighting over that.
Yep. Not much point in a fight. I think they're all just going to focus on not ending their race at the last moment.
Just surviving.
Yep. It's just you have the position, now just bring it home.
Oh, I think did Kai just lose a position, or was that just lapping?
That was just lapping.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. The nearest car behind Polukai is Christian Emmanuel, who's about a minute and 15 seconds behind.
Okay.
And he's got about 51 seconds to the car in front of Seon KP. Who is bringing it around for another lap. Again, decent amount of space. Looks like Alan Chan got around him without any sort of incident. And he's doing laps. Actually, the The board messed with me a bit. I thought Rick Gratt had a 2-second gap between himself and Paige Martin, but that's actually would just be to hypothetically unlap himself. That being said, I say that Julian Strasser is on the same lap as Rick Gratt and is has gone from 10 seconds to 8 seconds over the course of this lap. Technically, mathematically possible for us to see a fight at the end. It's all going to depend on what, on both drivers being able to keep it clean and what sort of pace they're able to set. Now, Rick's had a bit of trouble with his tires seemed to be tire-based previously, so he might not be able to push all that hard to keep Julian from closing that gap. That being said, there's only 8 minutes of this race left. So if Julian's going to make anything happen, he has to make that push and make it quick.
He only has about 8 minutes left.
Yep.
So
he has approximately 1 minute to get each second of pace on Rick Gratt.
Yep. And I don't know if they will get that done. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it is hard. It is hard to do that.
That is a huge lap difference. It honestly, yes, the Ferrari's tires might be a little bit scuffed, but the Audi's also been fairly oversteery, especially towards the end of stints. It's also not to mention traffic. Now, granted, Rick Gratt is at the back of some traffic, but he's not the one who's, like, trying to fight around. Oh, he's going to dip into the dirt.
That wasn't good.
That was not good.
That wasn't good.
It's like Strasser's going to avoid doing the same thing. It's now a 5-second gap. This is looking more feasible by the minute. Then again, that looked like some ugly slip angle. He's able to keep it away from the grass, but I think that's going to give Gratt a chance to kind of pull away a little bit. As we are watching another pace match. Dipping into the grass like that. Seems to be running a little bit of an angle as he comes out of that turn. Julian Strasser can actually see him at the end of the straightaway. And he has a visual of what he has to get. He's now at 4.9 seconds as he comes out. Oh, up and over. 4.3 seconds. All right, starting to widen up a little bit, back at 4.5. Ooh, the potential is there. As Rick Gratt looks to have gone a little bit wide based on the dust kicking up. Julian Strasser now 3.4 seconds behind. That doesn't...
But remember, getting close is not enough. You also need to pass him, and that's a different
That
thing
is a
then.
different story, yeah. I have a feeling if a feeling if an overtake occurs, it's going to be more of a pressure thing than a raw pace and maneuvering. Basically, if Julian keeps up, Rick Gratt needs to make sure that he is keeping himself calm and composed, and Julian needs to do the same thing as he tries to chase him down. I think the whoever can keep a cooler head in this is going to be the one who comes out on top. As that gap is narrowing and is now down to 3 seconds. Paige Morton setting her fastest lap of the race at a 29.4. That, she's been wrangling that, Gallardo. Making that, I mean, there's not much way around it. The Gallardo's a bit is outdated. But she's been making it work. To very impressive effect.
Oh yeah.
Julian Strasser now 2 seconds behind. Again, this is going to be... Julian might be able to get there, but... As long as Grot is able to keep himself collected, I don't think Julian's going to be able to make an effective move. Grot would have to... If Grot stays collected and just keeps a very consistent defensive line, I think he can hold Julian off. But it is now at a 1.5 second gap, so there is pace. At the same time, we have a nice little wild card of lapped traffic. That is going to make things extra complicated.
No.
But not too much. They're going to get out of the way and let this play out. Julian Strasser now... There's now a 1 second gap. This is either going to be a... This fight is either going to go across the checkered flag or one of these two drivers is going to spin out. And I am doing my best not to single out either of them because I do not want to enact the commentator's curse.
But then I'm gonna do the commentator's curse.
No, if anything, I'm going to do the commentator's curse and it's going to cause both of them to crash. But now that I said that, I feel like I counteracted it. I don't know. Either way, half-second gap between the two cars. Now quarter second. Oh, that Audi is right on the bumper of the Ferrari. Sniffs to the inside, doesn't quite have the, isn't quite side-by-side enough. Ferrari dips into the sand. Julian going on the outside, nearly into the grass, but not quite, as they once again go side-by-side. Ferrari technically has the inside line. Julian's going to do his best to kind of mitigate that. And try and shut the door on him as he pulls ahead. He's got the position for now. Now it's on Grant to counterattack and try and make this... Try and get that position back. He has had the pace. The rest of the race is going to be probably 2 laps left of this. He can either...
Yeah.
No, and wide once again.
That is going to be it. It's the tires got him in the end. That Ferrari's tires must be screaming right now with the way it's going. Yep.
Yeah, I think his tires are completely done, I think.
Yeah. As Alex Curto comes up behind.
Oh, be careful!
Giving him the flash. No contact. Yeah, good. He goes by nice and clean. Oh, but the Ferrari catches the bump. That's the wall.
No!
The Vij doing nearly the same thing, getting off track and getting into the sand trap. Nearly colliding with the other car as they go through. Oh, but Julian Strasser having the same problem. He just caught the wall.
Oh,
that was a hit.
He has still got the time advantage. What happened there?
Was it the curb?
No, that was
oh,
that
wait,
was the Audi.
what happened there?
That was the Audi.
What's that?
He caught the snap understeer. Or he caught the snap oversteer. Coming through the turn. As they go into the final lap, Strasser still has that P11 position. Levige having some more trouble. Seems to have gotten spilled. Meanwhile, Jordan Brunch looking to possibly unlap himself from Dominic Kinsler. But it looks like he's just going to let it sit as they go around to do their final run. Delange sitting pretty comfortably in the lead. Reska Kioso maybe looking to unlock. Oh, Reska Kioso
No.
hanging behind so that they can get across the checkered flag at the same time. Alex Curto running second place. He's got 15 seconds behind between himself and the car behind. He's just going to bring it in nice and comfy for that P2 position. Alan Chan, more or less doing the same. Kyoso's already finished. He's just going to run that lap out. Reska Kyoso enjoying the fact that they are done with the race. They finished it out. P4. Polukai getting into trouble right at the very end.
Oh, that is...
No boops have occurred, but he is finished. Along with Christian Emmanuel and Paige Morton. And Levige running across as well.
I think he run out of fuel, probably. No, I already finished. Never mind.
Yep. Alex Curto making it across the line. With Alan Chan right behind. Kinsler Brunch. So our order for today's race. In the lead, we have Renz DeRange, followed by Alex Curto, Alan Chan, Reska Kioso, Dominic Kinsler, Jordan Brunch, Seon KP, Polu Kai, Christian Emmanuel, Paige Morton, Julian Strasser, Rick Grott, and last finisher of the race, Levji. Now, and with our DNFs, we have Adrian Dubrovka, who had a connection issue at the as they tried to do the last driver swap. Cody Lionheart, who had a very rough incident on the in their GTR, and Mortiz Hiccup, who had a disconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's
that is
unlucky.
that concludes the 4 hours at Donington. That was a race. I'd have to say, very consistent pace. This was definitely more of a pace fight than it was a specific maneuvering type event. I think it came down to just who was able to set their paces the most consistently, which was made it a very, very strategic run. A good event. I think with that, anything you'd like to add to this before we do our sign-offs?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. Well, with that, this was 4 hours at Donington with the tracc.eu Racing League, or Sim Racing League. I am Charles the 14th. The other two you were doing the point thing for you to say bye as well, or you're just gonna make me sit here super awkward and with this
I don't know.
biometrics.
Bye, I guess.
Yeah, fuck it. All right. Contract stipulation. See you at the race track with 2 C's, and have a lovely rest of your day and evening, or morning,
Or night,
depending on
or
time zone.
whatever.
Have a good one. Let's go with that. And
Yeah.